Oh,
posing
yeah.
and taking pictures
Absolutely.
and hanging out down there.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh no, go in there. You gotta be in a fountain, and have people in there drinking and taking pictures.
All right, thank you everyone for being here tonight. I'm going to call to order the Planning Commission meeting. The date is October 21st, 2025, and the time is 6:01 PM. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can please stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, staff, can we please have a roll call?
Commissioner McNally,
Here.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Here,
Commissioner Flaherty,
Here.
Vice Chair Izant, Chair Hirsch.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So we're now going to move on to item number 4, approval of the agenda. This is the time for the Planning Commission to discuss any changes to the order of agenda items. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any comments about the agenda order?
I do. I would like to suggest we move items 7C and D to the front.
Okay. Do we need to take a vote on that? Yes? Okay. Do we have a second for that motion to move item C and D to the top of the public comment period? Or public hearing?
7C, Mike, you're saying?
7C and D.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Can we please have a vote?
Voting is now open. Okay, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. All right, so we're now going to move on to the public comment portion of the meeting. This is item number 5 on the agenda. This is the time for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on any items within the Commission's jurisdiction and on items where public comment will not be taken. The public is invited to attend and provide public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker from those present in the council chambers and via remote participation options listed on the agenda. This time allotment may be modified due to time constraints at the discretion of the chair. As a reminder, no action will be taken on matters raised during public comment, except for that the Planning Commission may take action to schedule issues raised during public comment for a future agenda. Speakers with comments regarding departmental operations are encouraged to submit those comments directly to the director. Members of the audience will have a future opportunity to speak on items pulled from the consent calendar for separate discussion, public hearings, and matters for commission consideration when those items are heard. All right, so do we have anyone in chambers that wishes to speak during the public comment period? All right, if you can please approach the podium and state your name.
Hi, Ragnar Arneson, 650 11th Street, Hermosa Beach. My question is this: so if the house gets approved to be built this year, and then SB 79 is passed into law for next year for July 1st, and the house has not been broken ground, can the developers go ahead and just change that into an apartment building? That's my question.
Thank you for your public comment. I think you can follow up with staff directly on that question.
Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak during public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll see if there's any comments online.
There are no members of the public with their hand raised at this time.
Thank you. All right, then we will close the public comment portion of this
And I
hearing.
apologize for that. That was Commissioner Isaac. He was on his way.
Great. All right, so now we'll move on to item number 6, the consent calendar. So the following matters will be acted upon collectively with a single motion and vote to approve with the majority consent of the Planning Commission. Commissioners may orally register a negative vote on any consent calendar item without pulling the item for separate consideration before the vote on the consent calendar. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a commissioner removes an item from the consent calendar, either under approval of the agenda or under this item before the vote on the consent calendar. Items removed for separate discussion will be provided a separate public comment period. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Voting is now open. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. And as a reminder, we are moving forward with 7C, item number 7C first. We're going to begin hearing item on number 7C, adopt a resolution to approve lot line adjustment and variance to eliminate a residential encroachment over an existing property line at 1102 and 1110 21st Street in the single-family R1 zone, case number 25-CDD-143. Is there a staff report?
Good evening, Chair. Associate Planner Jake Whitney will be providing this staff presentation for you this evening.
Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Jake Whitney, Associate Planner, and I'll be delivering the presentation this evening. Next slide, please. All right, the request before you this evening, as stated in the agenda, is to find the proposed lot line adjustment and variance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as to approve lot line adjustment 25-01 and variance 25-01 to eliminate a longstanding residential encroachment across an existing property line separating two adjacent single-family R1 zoned lots. Next slide, please. So these two lots are located in the northeast corner of the city at the intersection of Prospect and 21st Street. Both are also located outside of the coastal zone. The home at 1102 21st Street was legally expanded from its original footprint in 1953 and in 1963 under valid building permits issued by the city, but was later found to encroach up to 11.5 feet into the neighboring property at 1110 21st Street. The application before you this evening stems from a private legal settlement between the two property owners to correct this encroachment through an official lot line modification. It should be noted, however, that the Planning Commission's retains their full review authority over this item. Next slide, please. Shown here above is the zoning map to provide additional context for the properties and their surroundings. Both are zoned R1 single family, and similar single family residential uses and zoning exist to the north, south, east, and west of the properties. Next slide, please. So the proposal for the lot line adjustment involves transferring a net 477 square feet of land from 110 21st Street to 1102 21st Street. Specifically, 481 square feet of land would be transferred from east to west, and 4 square feet would be transferred in the opposite direction. The adjustment ensures that each of the homes are contained fully within their respective lots. A variance is also required for this application in order to reduce the lot size of 3,215 square feet for 1110 21st Street, and as well as allow for the remaining non-compliant setback on the side yard of 1.16 at 1102 21st Street. Next slide, please. So the diagram above illustrates the existing encroachment situation, which is highlighted in yellow, the portion of 1102 that currently crosses the property line into 1110. The proposed boundary adjustment would resolve this conflict, transforming what is now a zoning and structural inconsistency into a compliant configuration. Next slide, please. So the table above will show the changes after the proposed adjustment were to be approved. 1102 21st Street would increase from 3,353 square feet to 3,830 square feet, moving closer to conformity with the 4,000 square foot minimum established in the R1 zoning district for new lots. However, that also means that 1110 21st Street will decrease from 3,692 square feet to 3,215, which would remain non-conforming but results in no net difference between the neighborhood's pattern of substandard lot sizes. Next slide, please. The adjustment would also establish a 104 square foot maintenance easement along the westerly portion of 110 21st Street. This easement, 1.74 feet wide, combined with the 1.16 foot side setback at 1102 21st, provides a total of 2.9 feet of clearance between the structures, adequate for building maintenance and access. And the diagram above also shows the area in black of the land to be transferred amongst each of the properties. Next slide, please. Above you may see photos of the properties involved for reference purposes. The proposed modification this evening will not alter the visible built environment at all, only the underlying lot boundaries. Next slide, please. This project has been evaluated for compliance with the required findings for variances identified in Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 1754.020, and the required findings to be made are shown on the screen above. An analysis regarding these findings may be found within your staff reports. Next slide, please. This project was further evaluated for consistency with the city's general plan, Plan Hermosa, and was found to uphold the intent of the land use element, particularly Goal 2, Policy 2.5, regarding neighborhood preservation by abating the intrusion of a disruptive non-conforming building. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the project was evaluated for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and was found to qualify for a Class 5 categorical exemption under Section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines. Next slide, please. For public noticing of this project, we had a total of 202 public noticing mailers go out on October 9th, 2025 to owners and renters of the surrounding properties within a 300 square foot radius in accordance with the city's public noticing standards in Code Section 1768050. And a legal ad was also published in the Daily Breeze on October 11th. And public hearing sign posters were posted on site a minimum of 10 days in advance of the public hearing. Next slide, please. This brings us to staff's recommendation. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the draft resolution 25-XX, determining that the project is categorically exempt under Section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines and approving lot line adjustment 2501 and variance 2501 at 1102 and 1110 21st Street in the R1 zone, subject to the conditions of approval in the draft resolution. Next slide, please. And this concludes staff's presentation. We're available to answer any questions, and the applicants are present in the chamber this evening to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff at this time?
No.
All right, then I'll ask if any of my fellow commissioners have any disclosures to make.
Site visit.
Site visit. Site visit.
Site visit.
Okay. We will now begin the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter will be directed to the commission, not to the audience. If the applicant is present, please approach the podium, and if you have a presentation, feel free to make it. It's not required if you...
I'm Mr. Binder, Richard Binder. I'm the owner of 1102 21st. I have more information that I could share in the time frame you have, but I think Jake covered it pretty well. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to ask them for you. And Ms. Sharon Arduini is right over here, and she can answer any questions about 1110.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Reminder that you have 3 minutes, and we will accept Zoom call-ins. All right, seeing none in chambers, is there anyone online?
Yes, we have one caller. Laura Pena, you've been unmuted.
Hi, yes, this is Laura Pena. I just wanted you guys to know it's very hard for the public to hear those who speak at the podium. So I don't know if it's a microphone issue or what. I just wanted to let you know that. I also wanted to share a quick thought. I had submitted a public comment on this and ask a few questions. Is this a simple lot line adjustment, fixing an old property line error so that each home sits on its own lot? If it's completely CEQA exempt and there's no new development, no neighborhood impact, in most nearby cities, this kind of corrective variance would have been handled administratively by staff, I believe, and not require full planning commission hearings. So I'd like to ask, what's keeping our city from doing something very similar? Couldn't a case like this be handled by the community development director with a public notice and appeal option instead of going through this full noticing, staff report, and hearing process? It feels like these minor fixes could be streamlined so staff could focus their time, and yours, on projects that actually change land use or impact design or affect housing policy. It would also help property owners resolve technical issues faster and more affordably. Streamlining this kind of process kind of sends the right message that our city values efficiency and is practical as well as easy to work with. So while still maintaining, full transparency and accountability. So I just appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments online?
No other comments.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of the applicant before we close the public comment portion of this hearing?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, I'll now close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to commission for discussion and deliberation. Does anyone want to start? How about Commissioner Flaherty?
My understanding was both parties involved in this came to this decision and agreed with it. I think the staff report speaks well for how it was handled. I'm sure it was a long process to get this thing through. I appreciate the confidence the citizens had in the staff making it happen, so I support this.
Vice Chair Izant?
I agree with my fellow commissioner. I will support the resolution.
Commissioner McNally? Any comments?
Can I ask what triggered the variance encroachment? What the initial cause was, or why this was brought to light?
Well, from what I read in the staff report, the building was built across the property line originally, and was fully permitted to do so, but it probably shouldn't have been, so this is cleanup.
Okay, that's what I saw. I just wanted clarification. I appreciate it.
We have closed the public comment portion, so we can't accept public comment. Thank you, though.
No other comments. Thank you.
Two things. In response to that, I guess immediately, I did have an occasion to speak with an old-time contractor in town when this was on the thing, and he said, "You don't understand how we did this in 1960s. If you had a long rope and it was 30 feet, you put a nail in the ground, you walked till it was taut, and you'd put another nail in the ground and went from there." It's an interesting, so I think it's just kind of classic representation of that. I've lived in a house that's also from a little older than that. We're also not square in our lot, and somebody took 3 feet and taped from the neighbor and figured it out. But anyway, that's one issue. The other issue, though, and it was brought up by the caller, the reason this is in front of us really is because of variances involved. And a variance is an extremely important part of the authority, or the granting or denial of variances is one of the most important of all of the things that a planning commission does. And that's certainly not something that can be done at the staff level, even when it's something as sort of straightforward as this. And when I say that, the second part of this, though, generally speaking in the state of California, you don't grant variances that are based on what's called the as-built condition. That's not a justification for a variance. It has to be underlined, related to the site, and so forth. And in this case, I think you can make the argument, at least, if you look at that survey map that we had up earlier, the subdivision, or the zoning map, but if you looked at it, you can see the two lots on the corner were sort of, what's the word, cattywampus compared to the rest of the block, and are not only subsized, but the angles are different and so forth. And so it's not the built condition so much as it is the survey condition, I guess, that underlies the request for the variance. And I think in this case, it's pretty straightforward. There is no other reasonable resolution. And the other part of that is the 4,000 square foot new lot minimum in Hermosa excludes 90% of the lots in the city, so that they're always going to, if this kind of a situation comes up. So it's not extraordinary in that case, and I'd be also supporting the request.
And I agree with the feedback my fellow commissioners have already given, and intend to support this. So with that, do we have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Voting is now open. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Chairperson Hirsch,
Yes.
if I could just note for the record that Commissioner Azant is now present. Of course, he's already given comment and has voted, but just for our minutes. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 7D, adopt a resolution to approve a conditional use permit, precise development plan, investing tentative parcel map number 84716 for a new 2-unit residential condominiums at 620 11th Street in the 2-family residential zone, case number 25-CDD-146. Do we have a staff report?
Associate Planner Jake Whitney also has this presentation for you.
All right, good evening. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Jake Whitney again, delivering this presentation on 620 11th Street. Next slide, please. So the request before you this evening is to approve conditional use permit 25-08 and precise development plan 25-06, as well as vesting tentative parcel map number 84716 to allow 2 detached 30-foot tall residential condominium buildings at 620 11th Street in the 2-family R2 residential zone, as well as to determine that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. We go to the next one.
Hold on a moment, sorry. Let me reset it. There we go.
Okay. So the subject site before you this evening, it's an interior lot located on the south side of 11th Street, east of the Greenbelt and Ardmore Avenue. The property is currently developed with a single-family residence built in 1939, which the applicant proposes to demolish. Approval of this project would result in the net increase of 1 dwelling unit, and the lot lies outside of the coastal zone, and this project was also previously entitled back in November of 2021. The previous approval expired when construction did not commence within the required 2-year time frame, and thus the applicant has come back seeking reapproval of the expired entitlement. Next slide, please. So shown above is the city zoning map to provide additional context regarding the property's location in relation to adjacent parcels and zoning districts. The site is zoned R2 and is surrounded on all sides by R2 zoned properties with existing residences. Next slide, please. So the project before you this evening is, as mentioned, 2 detached condominium units, one on a 4,258 square foot lot. Unit 1 would be located towards the front of the site and would be 2,830 square feet. Unit 2, located in the rear, would be 2,862 square feet. Vehicular access to the site would be provided via a 9.54-foot-long wide driveway from 11th Street, leading to two car garages for each unit and 1 guest parking space adjacent to Unit 2's garage. Each unit includes a first-floor bedroom and bath, second-floor primary suite and additional bedroom, and a third floor with kitchen, a great room, powder room, and partially covered deck, plus roof access. Next slide, please. Above, you can see the current conditions of the site, showing the existing single-family home, which is proposed to be demolished. Next slide, please. As shown above, the project conforms with all of the development standards within the R2 zoning district. Minimum lot area required is 1,750 square feet per unit, and 2,129 square feet per unit is provided. Maximum allowable height is 30 feet, which the project meets almost exactly. Lot coverage is limited to 65%, and the project comes in at a proposed 63.05. And minimum front, side, and rear yard setbacks are all satisfied. Parking, open space, and solid waste standards are fully met as well. Next slide, please. In addition to meeting the basic R2 zoning district standards, the project complies with all of the applicable condominium standards as well. The required minimum unit size is 1,600 square feet per unit. The project comes in at over 2,800 square feet per unit. The private storage space exceeds the 200 cubic feet minimum requirement at 205 per unit, and private open space requirements of 600 square feet are also met. Next slide, please. Shown above are the proposed east and south elevations, demonstrating the architectural design and articulation of the 2 buildings. Next slide, please. And above are the western and northern elevations, showing the similar articulation and exterior treatment consistent with the neighborhood character. Next slide, please. Here are the proposed first floor plans for each unit, showing garage access, entryways, and first floor bedroom suites. Next slide, please. Shown above are the second floor plans for each unit, illustrating the primary suite, additional bedrooms, and laundry areas. Next slide, please. And above are the third floor plans here, shown the main living area, including kitchen space, great room, the outdoor deck space, along with roof deck access. Next slide, please. So the project before you has been reviewed for conformance with Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 1756050 for the standards applicable for conditional use permits, as well as precise development plans in 1758040 and vesting tentative parcel maps in 1608060. All of the findings for these various entitlements can be made in the affirmative and are detailed on pages 5 through 11 of your staff report. Next slide, please. In regard to general plan consistency, the project supports Goal 1 under the land use element for sustainable urban form that supports a robust economy and high quality of life, specifically Policy 1.6, ensuring that new development is consistent with the urban context as the project scale aligns with the surrounding neighborhood pattern of 2- and 3-story buildings. Next slide, please. The project is also consistent with Goal 7, Policy 7.1 of Plan Hermosa by incorporating permeable paving materials designed to reduce urban runoff and promote on-site water infiltration. Next slide, please. In alignment with the housing element, the project is also further consistent with policy 2.2. And policy 2.2 and 2.4 regarding safe, decent, and sound housing for varying income groups, as well as promotion of home ownership opportunities within the community. Next slide, please. This project was further evaluated for conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act and was found to qualify for a Class 3 categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15303 for new construction. And as this project would not trigger any of the exceptions to the exemption under CEQA guidelines 15.3000.2 and would not result in cumulative impacts, affect a scenic highway, involve hazardous materials, or alter historic resources. Next slide, please. For public noticing of this project, 200 public noticing mailers were mailed on October 9th, 2025 to property owners, occupants, and the applicant within a 300 square foot radius. A legal ad was also published in the Daily Breeze on October 11th, and a notice was posted on site a minimum of 10 days in advance of the public hearing in accordance with the city's public noticing procedures. As of the writing of the report, no public comments have been received. Next slide, please. This brings us to the staff recommendation. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the draft resolution 25-XX, determining that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and to approve conditional use permit 25-08, precise development plan 25-06, and vesting tentative parcel map 84716 for 2 detached condominium buildings at 620 11th Street in the R2 zoning district, subject to conditions of approval. Next slide, please. This concludes the staff presentation. We're available to answer any questions you may have. I'll turn it over to the commission.
Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions for staff at this time? Okay, Commissioner Flaherty.
I didn't hear you mention anything about street parking. Just switching the driveways from west to east, east to west rather. Any loss in street parking? I didn't see it in the report either.
Let me pull the plans up here. Just a second.
Jake, I can address it in my presentation if you like.
Okay. We can wait until.
Would the commission like to hear
We
from the
can wait.
applicant?
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Then if the applicant is present, or sorry, before we move to that, do any of my fellow commissioners have disclosures to make?
I made a site visit.
Okay. All right. All right. Now we will begin the public comment portion of the meeting, of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission, not to the audience. Is the applicant present? If so, please approach the podium and make your presentation. As a reminder, I'm sure you will be within the time frame, the time limit of your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Hirsch, and good evening, Commissioners. I am Stacy Strauss from Soror & Associates. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you tonight, and as always, we do appreciate the staff's work in getting to this point, particularly Planner Whitney. The applicant seeks your approval of the described 2-unit condominium development at 620 11th Street, including the tentative parcel map. If you were on the commission, as Planner Whitney expressed in 2019, you know this project. It was before you then. You approved it then. Unfortunately, the owners were not ready to proceed with development before their application expired. They didn't file an extension based on their own decisions, but now they're ready and they're ready to proceed, and we ask for your support again. Currently on site, you now know the project has aged some. It was an 82-year-old development, now is 86-year-old single-family residence in this R2 zone of the city. The proposed design is fully code compliant, is proposed exactly as the general plan envisioned for this lot in this zone of the city. In terms of its broader benefits to the city, the project will increase the housing stock by adding a unit on site. It also will increase the availability, because it's a condominium, of home ownership. So it will go from potentially one owner to two owners. The new structure will replace the one that's currently there that's not energy efficient, doesn't have good drainage, and low impact development standards. Let's see, and because this is a condominium, there will be additional parking on site. So this code would require each unit to have 2 enclosed parking and then a guest parking on site. There was a question if we are losing street parking. So first, I just want to let you know that a condominium project based on the code does bring their own parking requirements fully on private property. If there's a loss of street parking in the proposed development, such as relocation of a driveway, and there is a loss of street parking, the code actually requires that we add an additional space. So this project does not have a loss of street parking, so it's code compliant at 2 enclosed per unit plus 1 guest parking. And there will be CCNRs that will require that guest parking to remain open and accessible and only to be used for guests and no other purposes, not for unit owners, not for storage, not for any other purpose other than guest parking. But there's no loss of street parking, so therefore you don't see that additional requirement of a 6th parking place on site. That really does conclude my presentation tonight. Again, I hope you support the project again, and I'm available to address any questions that you have or the public has.
Thank you. Is there anyone do any of my fellow commissioners have questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. All right, now moving on. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Reminder, you have 3 minutes, and we will also accept Zoom call-ins. Seeing none in chambers, do we have anyone online?
There are no online callers with their hands raised.
Okay. Before I close the public comment portion, just bring it back to the commission. Any questions before we close public comment? No? Okay. Then I'll now close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. If anyone has any comments, feel free to share them. I'll start with Commissioner Hoffman.
I guess I've approved this project previously, so I'm going to support it again. It's fully compliant. The only thing I would have to note parenthetically, when people talk about gentrification in Hermosa Beach, I often laugh, but I believe this is the first project we've ever had in which the wine cellar is actually bigger than the pantry, which tells us something about the evolution of the community. But again, it's a fully compliant project, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Commissioner McNally, any comments?
I'm in support of the project.
Okay. Commissioner Flaherty?
Certainly supporting the project. It's like Pete said, it's fully compliant. It is a small little house. I live in one similar to that. Sorry to see it go, but I'm glad it's fully compliant when it's being rebuilt. So thank you.
Commissioner Isant?
Just a question of staff, perhaps our counselor. In the resolution, under the general section on page 13, I think it's 13, hang on here just a moment. At the bottom of page 13, 3B, all parking spaces shall remain available for parking and shall not be used for storage or other purposes. That may cover what we all don't want to have happen, which is it becomes an office or it becomes a den or it becomes something other than a 2-car garage. I suppose this covers that, but do I recall seeing more expansive language addressing that in one of our projects we approved a couple of months ago? I mean, this may legally cover us. But I somehow seem to remember we had more expansive language where we listed several items such as office and den and whatever else.
So these are the planning department's form conditions of approval, but I can absolutely look into that, look back in our records and see if we have a more expansive definition, if that's something you want to see in the future.
I'm prepared to support the project, but I would ask staff to see if more expansive language has been used previously and to insert that. And if not, this is fine, but I'm in favor of more expansive language just because we know stuff happens.
And I intend to support the project if we have a motion. So does anyone want to?
I'll move staff recommendation noting the amending to suggest that if there is a common language that's previously been used related to parking restrictions, that be added.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
Voting is now open. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we are going to move on to back up the agenda to item number 7A, to adopt a resolution to approve a precise development plan and lot line adjustment to remodel and add a third story to an existing building at 901 Hermosa Avenue in the general commercial zone. Case number 25-CDD-140. Is there a staff report?
Good evening, Chair. The project planner, Kanika Pompey, will provide this presentation, and just give her a moment and myself a moment to pull up the presentation for you.
Perfect. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Kanika Pompey, and I will be delivering the presentation for this item for you this evening. Next slide, please. The request before you, as stated in the agenda, is for a precise development plan and lot line adjustment to allow the remodel and add a third story to an existing commercial building at 901 Hermosa Avenue in the downtown commercial and coastal zone. The lot line adjustment consolidates 3 existing parcels into a single lot. And the request is also to determine that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. The project site is an existing 8,177 square foot corner lot located in the southwestern portion of the city between 9th Street and 10th Court and is adjacent to a walk street. The site has a general plan land use designation of community commercial and is zoned downtown commercial C2 and is located in the coastal zone. Next slide, please. The site is currently developed with a roughly 14,000 square foot, 2-story multi-tenant commercial building across 3 parcels. It currently has no surface parking and was developed in 1928. Next slide, please. The proposed project will renovate the existing 2-story multi-tenant commercial building and would also include decommissioning approximately 1,340 square feet on the second floor and adding a 3,654 square foot third story. The project would result in the usable square footage of the building decreasing by 194 square feet and also includes a lot line adjustment to merge the 3 parcels the existing building is developed over into 1 parcel. Next slide, please. So here you can see different angles of the, different elevations of the site. Next slide. And these are just some more viewpoints of the existing building. So the building is currently non-conforming as it does not meet required parking and setbacks. And pursuant to Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 17.52.030B1B, an existing nonconforming portions of the structure may be partially modified or altered only to the extent necessary to satisfy the Uniform Building Code as recommended by a certified structural engineer, but shall not be completely removed and replaced, and if completely removed, must be brought into compliance with current requirements. So a licensed structural engineer did prepare a memo to clarify that the northern portion of the building currently does not meet basic performance objectives, and the existing wall will not be entirely abandoned. The proposed alterations to the wall will mitigate the performance deficiency and will meet current building code. Additionally, because the usable square footage isn't increasing, no additional parking will be required. Next slide, please. The project was reviewed for compliance with the zoning code and general plan, and as such, the project design, layout, and other physical features are consistent with the city's municipal code, general plan, and development standards. Additionally, under the State Subdivision Map Act, property lines of existing parcels can be changed, and the process can be used to combine up to 4 adjacent parcels into one parcel. The project meets this definitions as it would adjust the lot lines of 3 parcels to create a single parcel with dimensions of 86 feet and 2 inches wide by 90 feet long, totaling the 8,177 square foot new parcel. Next slide, please. The project and associated recommendation have been evaluated for the consistency with the city's general plan, and some relevant policies include policy 1.3 of the city's general plan land use element, which strives to create development where residents are within walking distance of neighborhood goods and services, and policy 1.7 of the city's general plan land use element, where all future uses will be subject to compliance with the permitted uses of the zone per the city's municipal code. Next slide, please. Here you can see a rendering of the proposed project. Next. The proposed project would decrease the 7,724 square foot first floor to 7,179 square feet. Additionally, there would be a transformer room, which will have access from a roll-up door off of 10th Court. Currently, the property does not have a trash enclosure, so this project will incorporate a room for the trash and recycling, also accessible from 10th Court, and also will provide a new loading area, which the property currently does not have, also accessible off of 10th Court. Next slide, please. So the second floor will include, on top of that transformer room, on the first floor, there would be that area on the second floor per Southern California Edison guidelines will be open. And also the second floor would include that decommissioned area previously stated. And as such, staff has recommended a special condition that expressly prohibits the use of this decommissioned area. Next slide, please. The project proposes a new third-story addition, and then to justify the new addition, the project proposes decreasing the usable square footage of the first and second floors to accommodate the third-story addition. Next slide, please. The development proposes a contemporary architectural style. It would utilize several materials such as metal paneling, aluminum, and glass on the storefront, and incorporate stucco, aluminum, and glass curtain walls to break the monotony and create visual interest. Next slide, please. All rooftop equipment will be screened from public view, and the project as the third story, which will be under the maximum height limit for the zone. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, the proposed project qualifies for a Class 1 categorical exemption for existing facilities as it's remodeling an existing commercial building in Class 5 of the CEQA guidelines for minor alterations and land use limitations for the lot line adjustment. Additionally, a historic resource assessment was prepared for the project, and it was determined the project is not a historic resource for the purposes of the CEQA. Next slide, please. For this Planning Commission hearing, a total of 696 public hearing notices were mailed out to the applicants, occupants, and property owners of the properties within a 500-foot radius on October 11th, and also a legal ad was published on October 11th in the Daily Breeze. Additionally, the applicant received a notice poster to post on site and provided proof of posting a minimum of 10 days in advance of this public hearing. Next slide, please. Lastly, this brings us to staff's recommendation, and staff recommends the Planning Commission review the application and consider adopting a draft resolution for the precise development plan 23-04 and lot line adjustment 23-03 to allow the remodel and add a third story to an existing two-story commercial building. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer questions, and the applicant also here in the chambers for any questions you may have as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions for staff at this time?
I have a couple.
Okay, we'll start with you, Commissioner Flaherty.
Thank you, first of all, for the report. And I want to go to the draft resolution with a minor statement here. It's 12 pages long, but we have the last couple of pages are page 10 of 10, and then 11 of 10, and then 12 of 10. If we could just do some minor correction on those type of things, it may not mean anything, but it's a typo you should address. The next thing is were you in contact with the Public Works Department as you developed the sections in this resolution regarding Public Works?
Yes, Public Works was involved and reviewed the application and recommended it to proceed to public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Was the applicant involved in those conversations?
The applicant was provided all of Public Works comments or concerns previously.
Okay.
And was given a copy of the draft resolution as well.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of staff at this time? All right, Commissioner Hoffman?
I'm curious about the calculations of existing square footage in the building. I had an opportunity, made a site visit, wandered in the public parts of the building. Someone was in, I guess, the storage area in the middle, so I could see kind of over their shoulder. I'm looking into what appears to me to be a two-story space in which there have been built, I don't know what to call them, two-story lockers, but there's no floor. In other words, it's a two-story or two-layer, two-deck, whatever you want to call it. I'm trying to reconcile where the idea comes that there's a second story from other parts of the building. When you look up, it appears to be a loft, not a second story. I'm looking, and did not personally verify it, but we got a letter from someone who almost inevitably has done way more homework than most of us, citing a county figure that puts the square footage at a half, basically, of what's being claimed. Did staff verify those measurements, that calculation of the existing square footage? And I guess the other thing I have to ask do we have a record of permits in which there's places there, I'm not a contractor, but there are 2x4s held together with nailing plates, mending plates. I can't believe that those were approved construction. So it's just, I guess not suspicious is the wrong word. I'm just not clear how we came up with the 14,000 square foot thing. So comment or input on?
Commissioner Hoffman, thank you for the question. I think I can shed a little bit of light on it, but
Okay.
I think you raised some good questions. We do find that there are permits issued in 1998 related to an upper level floor in the building, along with stairways for egress from it. So there are permits on file for some portions of an upper floor. I just went out today and had exposure to some of the building, and I will say it did not completely match with what I thought, what is depicted, in my opinion, on the existing condition for that upper floor. So I think there is some inconsistency there, but I think the applicant may also want to speak to this and have some additional information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff on the report?
I just want to follow up on my colleague's comments there. I'm familiar with the property and the fact that a good friend had a floral shop there for years, so I'm familiar with the property. In the staff report, it does show that it's 14,021 square feet, but if we just kind of look up the property square feet on county records, it shows it at 7,708 feet, which is quite different. And that second floor does not have any floor. There's kind of roller things or something, if I remember correctly, to kind of get there. So I just question the accountability of the second floor.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions for staff at this time, I will ask if any of my fellow commissioners have disclosures to make. Commissioner McNally, I'll start with you.
Yeah. Site visit and prior knowledge.
As mentioned, I did a site visit and talked to, I think, maybe someone renting in the storage area.
Just a site visit, although I did not go inside.
I had a site visit, and I did have a phone call from a resident regarding this.
I also had a phone call from a resident regarding this. Okay, so we're now going to begin the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission, not to the audience. If the applicant is present, now is the time to please approach the podium and make your presentation.
Good evening, Chair Hirsch and Commissioners. I'm Brandon Strauss from Soror & Associates, here on behalf of the applicant, Kyle Rainsford, and 901 Hermosa Avenue partners. I do want to answer those questions about floor area, and I might need a little leeway on the time to do that, but I did want to just kind of give you my presentation and thoughts on the project overall first. Thank you for putting that up on the screen. We're here tonight to ask for your approval of a plan to preserve and revitalize the existing commercial building at 901 Hermosa Avenue. This is a nearly 100-year-old building. It currently houses 3 commercial uses: office, retail, and self-storage. All those uses will remain, and there will be an addition of a 3rd level to increase the office space. The proposed renovation will preserve the iconic facade of the building. It will preserve the existing ground floor retail use, pedestrian-oriented use there. It's intended to have from 1 to 3 retail spaces on the ground floor. These are intended for local retail tenants, not national chain operators. The renovation will bring the building into compliance with certain standards, as you may imagine. They've changed in 100 years. And this building will be, building code compliant, ADA accessible compliant, drainage and runoff compliant, energy efficiency, trash storage. The building, the height limit for this site is 30 feet. The building will come in just under 30 feet. When all these changes are done, this site will add to the vitality of the commercial corridor on Hermosa Avenue. The proposed design is the work of one of our prominent local architects, Anthony Laney, and his team. As you heard, the existing building is non-conforming in certain respects, and the Laney team has worked within the constraints of the code to take the existing space, reconfigure it, and optimize its use, while at the same time preserving basically the prominent visual aspect of the building as its original facade. And you can see in the rendering that the added story is set back and subordinate to the existing original architecture. Mr. Laney's design is squarely within the category of development that's envisioned by the general plan for this site. So for the downtown district, Plan Hermosa states that many of the unique buildings, streetscape features, and public spaces are iconic or historical in nature, and new buildings should be carefully integrated to retain the town's eclectic charm. In addition, Land Use Policy 5.5 calls for the city to provide incentives for the preservation and adaptive reuse of historic structures and iconic landmarks. So preservation and adaptive reuse are at the forefront of this project. It refreshes a piece of the city's architectural history. And for these reasons, we ask for your support for this project. Kyle Rainsford is here, the applicant. He'd like to introduce himself and say a word or two. And if I have time, I could just address the floor area issue. So this project started in 2022. I don't think anyone in the planning department currently was here then, but it's been a long time in the planning. The as-built plans that you see are based on city records. So they're based on plans on file at the city that have been approved by the city over the years for various improvements or remodels or changes or upgrades. They are also based on a walkthrough of the site, plans in hand, with the architect and the city building official in 2022. And it is a unique setup in that building. And the counting of the floor area also relates to how Plan Hermosa talks about gross floor area in downtown buildings and the floor area ratio. So the Plan Hermosa limits floor area and limits gross floor area, and it defines gross floor area as usable floor area. So when you have a building like this that is a little unusual, the question is, what is usable? There are two levels of storage lockers. And for whatever reason, many of them are accessible by a movable floor. But they are accessible and they are usable floor area. And that area, even though it's a moving floor, is counted as gross floor area in the as-built plans. And that was agreed upon with the staff in 2022. And it also just makes sense from the definition of gross floor area. The fact is, you can reach all of those lockers on the second floor because there is a floor. It just happens to move. So that's how we get to our current calculation. And there was a public comment that was kind of questioning, well, how do you not increase the gross floor area when you're adding a floor? And again, so that goes back to how the city dictates your floor area ratio. We have some usable floor area that has been made unusable It's inaccessible. That's the decommissioned area. That area is offset by additional floor area in the third floor. So basically, it's a reconfiguration of usable floor area that, in the end, actually results in a small decrease in usable floor area. And then finally, parking was a concern in the comments, and as Planner Pompey said, that's the code. The downtown, the city has incentivized revitalization of downtown buildings that are non-conforming by providing some leeway with added parking. And so when you're not adding more than 10% floor area or 500 square feet, no additional parking is required. And of course, we're decreasing area here. So with that, I'd like to just let Mr. Rainsford speak for a minute, and I can answer any questions as well.
Good evening. I'm Kyle Ransford. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to present this project for your consideration. First, I'd like to thank the staff, and especially Mr. Laney, who is an amazingly talented local architect residing here in Hermosa Beach. We should be very proud of the work that he's doing, not just for us, but around the city, South Bay, and the country. It's been 3 years we've been working on this project. We intended to work on it for about 9 months before we came to see you. But there's a bunch of opportunities here that we found really intriguing. And it really came down to, we wanted to do something, everyone sort of has a vision of what Hermosa is and sort of the eclectic charm. What is the eclectic charm of Hermosa? A little bit hard to define in general, but we worked great to try to come up with a project that addressed some of that, while at the same time updating a building from 1925 that, as we've pointed out here, has a whole bunch of really strange features in it that were there before we purchased it. And so, what we spent a lot of time and energy on is saving the historic building, saving the exact footprint that is in the building. So that costs great time and cost to do that, both now and when we go to build it. And then a couple of other features we've tried to add is this sort of new and old element to it, and while creating spaces that our current residents and tenant base are attracted to in quality and size and light and air, but at the same time minimizing the impact of the city. So you'll notice like the third floor is all set back. So you have a sky plane, so you don't walk along a wall and feel a 3-story big box towering over you. That's a condition our neighbor kind of ended up with. So that was a big piece for us, is to make that not feel quite as big and bulky. And so there's a number of other additions there that to the building in those types of things. Again, trying to do something new and old that has a certain level of charm to it, and it's not just a big box with windows. You'll notice the existing facade, all the existing historic windows and openings were, masterfully designed into the uses. Also, managing the uses there was really important, to have retail on Hermosa Avenue and smaller offices with less intense use and less intense for the neighbors on the Walk Street, to have that more residential in feel and Walk Street in feel. And then maintaining storage as a use there. Storage is sort of a very interesting use there, but highly desired and really helps the local neighbors. As you know, we all live in beautiful homes by the beach, but that means not lots of spaces, not lots of storage, garages that get full of bikes and whatnot, and having that as an availability to the local neighbors as well. It reduces trip count and so forth to the project. A couple things. There's one thing that was said that would clarify, is that isn't consistent with setbacks. I believe that issue is that the way the property measures today is 0.29 feet, or roughly 3¼ inches, into the alley for where the peg is on the new sidewalk. Again, sort of as we talked about earlier, we had a 14-foot issue. This is a 3-foot issue of where the building is and where the peg is today. I imagine that sidewalk and that peg have been changed a few times over the past 100 years, and so we're talking about a couple inches into the alley. But again, we wanted to not tear down that wall and save the historic wall there for everything. So we've gone to great lights that I think they mentioned to do the upgrades to the wall for egress and so forth without tearing the whole wall down to move it. I don't want to be repetitive about the site condition, but I will give you a little bit of history. When we first saw this and walked in there, I've never seen sort of this thing before. Is this permitted? Yes, this is permitted. Okay, prove to me that this is permitted before we, engage down this path of stuff. So we, contacted numerous people at the city, ended up with Bob Rollins, the former building official out there on site, again, permits in hand, signatures from the city. Again, those are permitted use, permitted square footage per the city. But there's a couple of pieces here we started talking about, well, that's sort of strange square footage to count. There's a bunch of other things in the new building that is square footage that the city deems FAR and is, quote, counting in that currently wouldn't be there. So sort of there's yin and yangs when you look at these building pieces, and they were somewhat mentioned, but trash currently not in the building is taking up space in the building, but called usable space. The city hasn't invested in upgrading the power, so to get power to a building like this, we're required to do a 2-story, 12 by 9 vault. So significant square footage over 2 stories on site, again, taking out of being considered usable square footage in this calculation that we're talking about. And then another piece that we've gone to that wasn't required, but we thought was important for the future of the building and the city and how it operates in the building, is to create loading on site. So there is a significant area for cars to come in that are able to load and unload in the storage area that is on site, that is today not on site. And what happens is, people block the alley and so forth, and to do those things. So, while there are some square footages in the old thing, although permitted, approved at the city, I think approved in the staff report, that are not necessarily what you see every day. There's also some other elements to the new building that we've gone out of our way to include that is reducing what would be rentable or valuable kind of piece. But again, overall, we're really pleased with the work that Anthony has done. We hope that the building fits into the local ethos of the next 100 years in Hermosa. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant at this time?
I do, but I'd like to do some other things as we get going here.
Okay.
Well, I can
Do
certainly
you want to
ask
do it before we open it for general comment, or do you want to do it after?
Let me try a couple of questions, and if you
Okay.
want to hold me off, then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right.
First of all, thank you for your investment in Hermosa. We appreciate that. But I think the key question that Pete raised earlier, and so did Greg, is when you go online and Google your name or the address, the numbers are all over the place. The numbers are 7,000 something, some of them are 8,000 feet, some of them are the congratulations of when you bought it, just your company just bought this, and it's based on 8,000 square feet, so they priced it out per square foot on that number. Obviously, the lot is not even that. The lot is 7,000, I believe, or whatever that number was. So how that someone came up with 8,000 just after you purchase it takes me back a little. I would hope that you could explain a little bit more detail on how we moved from the 7,000 and 8,000 numbers that I see all over the place on the internet under your name and under that address to 14,000. Now, if you could just, I have 100 more questions, so I want to make sure that chairman will allow me to continue like this. So if you can think about that for a second, one of the things that you heard me ask about the staff was Public Works involvement, because your architect did a great job. When your architect presents a picture as he's done, if blow up that picture, he not only did a great rendition of the building, but he actually duplicated what's on the ground. He has the curb cut that was made, and that's why I say you might be questioning when that sidewalk was replaced. The curb cut that was made in the 40s for the driveway, for the former car dealership. It's still there. It has not been moved. So he even emphasized that in his drawing because he shows a curb cut with new pavers going all the way through. He also emphasizes the right-of-way that's on we'll call it a walk street, which is unique. There's not too many commercial properties on the edge of a walk street as you have there. Only a handful throughout the whole city. The rest are all residential walk streets.
Makes sense.
He emphasized a new wall, landscaping, all the above that I would hope you would do on that property. But the Public Works element, that's why I asked about if you were involved with, a Public Works element says no landscaping, no wall, no this, no that. So you guys are illustrating something what I might personally consider a benefit or a progress on that property. Currently, there is I would say, a jungle of plants and tables and chairs in that a public right-of-way that's encroached on, not dissimilar to what's in the residential area. So I would hope that you could clear up your rendition. We have architects that show us 2 acres of property on a 30 by 70 lot when sometimes the renditions. So I thought yours was more what I was hoping what the end result is. I think the key for me is answering the question how we went from published documents on the internet and in the paper of numbers that ranged from 7,000 to 8,000 to 14,000. If those are only talking about square footage or what you pay for rent or whatever, how you came up with a rent thing, tell us. So far I've not really been clear, or I haven't heard you clear that those numbers that you reached for 14,000 are accurate numbers based on previous building. And I premise that all on, this is a remodel. And there's a big deal between a new construction, the things you would have to do on a new construction, not just the parking, but all the other setback issues that you have too. So I really do have a lot more questions, so I just want to leave you there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is there,
So
go ahead.
I can try to address some of it. Let me try to address it in ways that you can have follow-up questions if you want, so I don't take 30 minutes to address. So first, very quickly on the setbacks, you're correct. Per Public Works wants nothing that is permanent in those setbacks. So we've had many drawings and many conversations with Public Works on how do we achieve a nice residential looking exterior to those mini offices, that they have an indoor-outdoor feel, and people walking by have a feel as you would that it's the outside, because we want it to blend in with the neighboring residential pieces. So most of those items are movable in nature, but we've went round and round to get there. We're very committed to trying to do that, and had originally thought to ask you for permission to do some of those things. We learned along the way.
We won't give you that permission.
We learned along the way that wasn't the right approach. But so we spent a bunch of time. It's definitely within our interest to clean that up, make that look professional and new in nature, and we've got various strategies of the things that are movable and meet the codes to achieve that. The square footage is in what gets published. There are articles all over the internet. I don't want to get into what is considered news and fake news in journalism and what is actually somebody just copying what somebody else said. I don't think I ever attributed or said publicly that this was a 7,000-foot building. But what we have to do is look to the official public records of things. So county has square footage based on tax rolls and what they can tax. Cities have square footage based on what they've approved for building and construction. So it's the city's public record of what historically has been approved there that should govern most of these conversations. The county is charging tax. That's property tax related. They have a whole different way of calculating stuff. We build some ADUs in other parts of the city. There's all kinds of sort of interesting methodologies of doing this. Then when you go to rent a commercial property, there is what's called usable, what is my office, and then rentable, which might include stairwells or other things that you cost to build and so forth. That might include, in certain cases, there's now standards for these. BOMA is the standard that gets spoken of. Ground floor patios can count in square footage. Exterior high-level patios don't count in a BOMA square footage. So there's a lot of different standards. I believe what staff relies on and is asking you to rely on is what has historically been permitted in that building, and that we don't go over that. And we spent 3 years working with them on this very topic, at great detail. And I'm sure, there's been some turnover in staff along the ways that we've been there, but the current staff is, I think, understanding of that. And I believe that was addressed to some detail in their report. The how and where they came up with it may not, you may have some questions for. But again, those are building pieces. We did our diligence at the beginning before we decided to make this major investment by getting the people from Hermosa, because we anticipated the same thing. I said, geez, what is this? What counts? What doesn't? We got the building official out there. He said, no, that's building permit. You can see the building card. You can see the signature on the card. That's what you go off of, is that square footage. And our building actually reduces that and then brings about another 1,000 square feet inside that is currently outside. Neighbors aren't happy that the trash bin is in that public right-of-way or the Walk Street area. We're not either, but there's nowhere else to put it until we can do it. Again, it's a wonderful location. It's a historic shell of a building, but as you guys saw, the interiors of the building are in drastic need of updating, and so that's where we've spent lots of time trying to figure out, okay, well, how do we do that? And then how do we keep it, peace? And so this is a path forward to be able to modernize it, create spaces that are going to have enough value that you can afford to do that, bring some of the services inside, add a few of the elements that, again, the code isn't requiring us to add, but we're trying to do in order to have a better building in the community. I live in the community, so I don't, pieces, again, the goals have been with the staff and so forth to kind of modernize a building, but save it at the same time and not end up with a new stucco box.
Any other questions for applicant at this time? I do have one question. Are there currently stairs in the building? They're not depicted on your demolition plans?
There is a stair in the building, yes.
There is a stairwell. Okay. That's all I have for now. Okay, thank you. And I will now see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item. Reminder that you have up to 3 minutes. We'll first take public comment for those in chambers, and then we'll move to Zoom. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom comments.
There are no public comments at this time.
Okay. Before I close the public comment portion of the hearing, do we have any further questions of the applicant? None? Okay. Then I will close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. All right, I have started to my left and to my right, so now I will start with Vice Chair Izand. How about you kick us off?
I'm going to echo my fellow commissioners' word. This is a good investment in Hermosa. There are some, I'm going to be charitable and say some very creative uses of open space to reduce square footage, to make the square footage come out the way that it should come out, or that they wanted it to come out. But I'm okay with that because net, this is a good project for the city, so I'm going to support it.
Commissioner Flaherty?
I'm still nervous about the numbers crunch. I think that was those were their letters that we got sent, or those were the complaints that we got sent, or I shouldn't say complaints, those were the statements that were made. I'm enthusiastic about having this building repaired. I'm a little nervous about some of the issues in the staff report, minor little things, numbering and so on and so forth. I would like to ask staff, how much extensive time did staff deal with dealing with the numbers, making sure that those numbers, and again, I reflect, the energy we're spending on this is because it's a remodel. It's not, and it has certain advantages to be a remodel, and sometimes disadvantages. They can't do everything they want to do, but at the same time, they're not liable for new public right-of-way issues. They're not liable for parking issues. They're not liable for things that we heard from the public, at least I did, that were the angst of the project. So if the staff could explain to me how much research you did and how much conversation you did with the applicant to determine those numbers that he's presenting today, as skewed as what I saw on the internet or other sites. If you could give me those numbers or how you researched that, that would help.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So as indicated, this project did precede many of us. So when it was taken over, staff did not, the current staff did not spend extensive time re-justifying the existing square footage. I will be honest with you because it had already been in process with that. With regards to decommissioning space, that had also been kind of a practice that we've seen elsewhere. I think it's on the Vista property where there was exchanges. I think acknowledging the constraints that exist. So that has already been past practice that was continued with this application. We did spend extensive time with them figuring out what could be counted towards floor area, what could not, in terms of stairways and things of that nature. At least the current staff did. As these comments came in today, we did go back to revisit what was permitted, since there was certainly questions coming up. Our records are not the most, our historic records are not the most detailed. So we can see that there is an upper level permit plans. I've never personally seen this movable floor, so that's kind of novel. And we have found some floor plans that show there is maybe 3,000 square feet. It's hard to tell based on the detail, but there's definitely extensive floor area or area on a second floor. So there may be some inconsistencies, but we did spend a lot of time with what can be counted, what cannot be counted, and decommissioning those areas so that there was offsets.
Thank you very much. Is there any way we have the applicant come back up again for a couple questions?
I think we'd have to reopen the public hearing.
Okay.
So maybe we can get through everyone else's comments
Okay,
first and see if
when
you
you,
really want to do
let's
it.
talk about the open, this, yeah, thank you, thank you. Very creative how you'd have decommissioned areas. We're not talking about just an empty room. We're talking about airspace or open space. One of the things is, for example, to get a reduction or, let me see if I can get here. For example, on the third floor, open to above, they have one, it says an outdoor room of 3459 square feet. Is that open or just an empty room? And that's going to be on a set of plans that he submitted, be the third floor, and it's on page G202, sheet 15 of 136. So that open to above is what I would consider the subtraction value that they applied. But the one in the center of the building where it says open to above and then outdoor room of 317, is that a room, a usable room, countable space?
I think we can determine what's been counted as countable space based on the first, on sheet G204. Sorry, 202. So they have not counted the outdoor room
Okay.
as part of the countable space.
Is it a
It's
room?
not shaded.
Okay.
Commissioners, if I can share screen, that might also help. Bear with me.
There we go.
Here we go. So this is the area that you were
Yep.
asking about. So that has not been accounted for
Okay.
in terms of usable area.
And the 3459?
That is the blue shaded area. That's
Yep.
office.
Okay. Well, again, I think my concerns were the numbers. As we started off this whole conversation, it was about the numbers. It wasn't about the style, or it wasn't about the fact that it's a remodel. It wasn't about any of those things. It was the numbers. So thank you for sharing how you got it.
All right, should we hear from other commissioners at this
I'm
point?
good.
Okay, Commissioner Hoffman.
All right, it's interesting, and I suspect that from my initial comments, the assumption is somehow he's opposed to this. The initial comment I wrote when on Thursday night, I guess it was, when I looked at this, I wrote to myself, ambitious plan that retains scale and appearance of existing, and then I had a big plus next to it. In other words, I looked at my first initial impression is, this is fabulous. I can't believe, frankly, that someone has come to us with a plan to retain that building's, at least its kind of defining characteristic. The second thing I wrote in my notes is, with a big plus next to it, is we've had a number over the last couple of months now, historic surveys that were done this is the best one without question that we've gotten. Made it very clear to anyone who read it in detail, yes, it's an old building. No, it's not eligible at the state level. No, it's not eligible at the CEQA level. As a historic resource, it would only be at the local level. We have chosen not to designate. That would be something that was done voluntarily. But in a sense, the applicant is sort of doing it to themselves, saying, we're going to retain this historic facade at least. And I looked at the rendering. I love the rendering. I was very excited about the project, and to me, this is sort of a novel one coming to us to take an old building and save it as effectively as they did. Now, having said that, however, two things jumped out at me when I really got into the plans. The first one is this, as Commissioner Flaherty's brought up, the decommissioned space. One of the things, I've been on this commission a long time, long enough that, believe it or not, we used to be concerned about people building bootlegs. Now, of course, the state mandates them. But initially, one of the things we never would do is approve the project that came to us with a ground floor unit that had a wet bar, that had a bathroom, that had a bedroom living space, and just happened to have a floor-to-ceiling window that went right out to what would be a private, in other words, it took 15 minutes on a Friday afternoon for someone to change out that window with a sliding glass door, and suddenly we had a bootleg unit. My history on the commission is we don't approve things that are almost inevitably going to be used contrary to what the approval was. And again, I don't mean this to this client or to this applicant, but if anyone brought to me a plan for a building that included the creation of a large space that only needs to have a door put in it to become usable space, cynical me says, no, I'm not going to approve that. If this was a floor-to-ceiling atrium, if this was some other way of taking that space out other than just putting a wall around it and say, oh, no, we're not going to use it, I might be more sensitive. But I find that very problematic. The other thing is, and Commissioner Flaherty's brought this up, and I brought this up initially, the numbers don't make sense to me. My wife, when I said we made a site visit, I made a site visit. I actually made two, because I went back with my wife when we were downtown again, said, you got to look at this or see this. Neither one of us had been in that building, frankly, in several years. We walked in, looked up. I tried to explain what was being claimed. Her comment, I guess she's as cynical as me. So if you put a bunk bed with a rolling ladder, does that make it a second story in that bedroom? I've never heard, we're really here talking seriously about a moving floor and counting that as usable space. I just don't buy that. I only saw a glimpse down that rental area there, and there's a chain hanging at the end of it that apparently is like when you get to there so you don't step off the movable floor and fall to the below. I'm sorry. I can't buy this. Now, I desperately, believe me, want to approve this project in concept. What needs to happen before I'm going to be able to do that, though, is someone is going to have to address the calculations in a form so simplistic that even I can glance at it and it makes sense. That doesn't show me a big usable space that someone's paying to heat and air condition and so forth that we're not going to use. That's just going to be a void in the building. I don't buy that. If you put an atrium there, if you put a stairwell there, I don't know what, or somewhere else in the building got rid of that square footage, just lopped it off of the third floor or whatever, I might be inclined to accept it. The other thing that we didn't bring up, just looking from the outside, the existing roof of that building has, I think, two different peaks in it. It's a little hard to read. Some of the space that we're apparently counting, or maybe is being counted, is space that's at the low end of that. It's not a 6-foot clear. Again, I don't know how we calculate. I wish Bob were still here and could come in and explain to me, but I'm not sure that some of that space that's being counted that's under an eave essentially close to the wall that's 3 feet or 4 feet height, that can be used or counted as existing usable floor space. So I'm not going to be, as much as I want to, believe me, as much as I want to approve the project in concept, I'm not going to do it tonight if this is the information that we have, I can't, resolve this question, and I appreciate staff being perfectly honest on how we've come up with these calculations. I can't look at a building that the county tells me is basically less than 7,000 square feet and believe that it's really 14,000 square feet, if we take out of that a certain part of this new remodeled floor space. I just, that's where I am on this project.
Commissioner McNally?
I believe I share some of my colleagues' challenges that when I first saw this, I was delighted. I know the property, I saw the rendering. It looked like a beautiful improvement to the city. It's a historical building, and it seemed like a great opportunity. But then as I look deeper, I still don't understand, as a landlord, what space not used, how you get an ROI on empty space or what that's really used for. And on the third floor, we've got 5 gardens. I think it's either quite clever or naive of me of understanding how that really works. So I'm not convinced on how we added 10 office units or more, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble counting exactly how many, with no, and then we roll into, of course, you don't need parking because we haven't, the square footage, but the fact is, there's going to be a lot more people working here, and there's no parking. So at this time, I'm still perplexed.
All right, I'll share my thoughts and try not to echo what my fellow commissioners have said thus far, but I probably will. I agree with their comments. When I first got this package, I was so excited to see the rendering of the potential new building. I build buildings for a living, and I've always wanted to have a project like this where you really combine the new modern with preserving the historic aspect of it, even though we know it's not a historic building. I just think that the building is so special, and the way it's proposed maintains that specialness and just, I think, further enhances it. So was really excited about this coming kind of across our plate. I share my fellow commissioners' concerns about the calculation and how we got to this 14,000 square foot number. From reading the staff report and reading the supporting documents, I don't see how we got from the 7,000 or 8,000 square feet to the 14, other than it's on paper. The reason I asked about whether there's currently a stairwell there is because we're not showing one on the plans. So I was thinking, okay, well, maybe I could get behind it if they showed that this truly is an accessible space that is being accessed, which is not clear in this package. I looked at the historic report that lists the building square footage at the 7,000 or 8,000 square feet and says there is a storage mezzanine space, but doesn't equate the square footage to it. The historic report also has a record of all of the permits that are on file with the city of Hermosa Beach, none of which talk about the expansion of the space. So I'd need to get more comfortable with what was actually on file and how we got to this number, but the information that we have right now does not point to that. And I think that's, and then also with regards to the decommissioned space, I mean, we heard from the applicant today that this is a moving second floor, we'll call it. So that second floor doesn't even exist right now. So we're essentially, you're proposing to build a second floor to block it off. Like, it doesn't make sense to me why you would do that. And I think to fellow commissioners' concerns, what does that become when the permits are done? I would have that concern as well. So I think that I would really love to see this project another version of this project that has the same building envelope and character come back to us. I could not, with the information that we have tonight, support the project because I just don't think we have a complete picture of it from the staff side, from the applicant side, and from the report side. So that is where I currently stand. I'm willing and hoping someone can convince me otherwise, but it's not sounding like that. Yes.
Is a continuance a value for us versus a rejection? Because I think we all have the same questions.
I think a continuance would be a value to the applicant, then it doesn't have to go through an appeal period and then it comes back to us. If the applicant chooses that and doesn't want us to vote on this tonight. So I guess I'm looking towards our city attorney if we, as a commission, are interested in talking about a continuance, whether we want to open the public hearing and get the applicant's feedback.
Sure, that would be appropriate. And if you have any follow-up questions, I know Commissioner Fletcher, you mentioned having some additional questions for the applicant potentially. That would be appropriate at this time.
Okay. So I guess maybe I'll just look towards my fellow commissioners and see if everyone is, where people are leaning. Are people leaning towards potentially a continuance? And are you open to us reopening the public comment portion?
Yes.
Yes.
I think what I heard is
Yeah.
support generally across the board,
Yeah.
but reservations about the calculations that are leading to this particular application. I'd certainly be prepared to make a motion to continue this item with the directions to staff and the applicant to come back with a much more precise calculation of the existing and proposed floor plan or square footage of the floor plan. And at least personally, with great consideration that designating spaces, not counting, doesn't work in my mind.
Do we want to ask the applicant if they want us to take a vote or do a continuance, or do we just want to take a motion? Was that an official motion?
Well, I don't know that that was a motion, but I'm prepared to make that motion, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay. I guess I will open the staff, or open the public comment portion of the hearing again. I don't know if I have to do anything, but it's now open, okay? And ask the applicant to reapproach the podium and see if you are on board to a continuance and maybe tell us how much time you might need so we can continue to a date certain, or we can just continue.
Yeah, maybe I can take a couple seconds to address a few of the thoughts that are there. I appreciate the square footage piece and challenge. I do think it's kind of outlined in the staff report. The other thing that I would say is, again, from someone trying to invest in the city, it's not you can't rely on the applicant's calculations of what's going on. You've got to get that information from staff, right? It shouldn't matter what I say as to how this is done. But at the same time, we need to have some honoring of the process of, this has been submitted to staff no less than 7 times. So these calculations that you're rightly concerned about have been addressed 7 times. Every city has slightly different things in their code on what counts as counts in these spaces, right? For instance, here we have, if the stairwell is open, that doesn't count. Said, well, there's no wall and you can reach out, seems open. Here, we sort of say, well, that means if it has a roof on it, right? And so therefore stairs count here and they don't count other places, right? So there's all kinds of different stuff that you got to follow the code, and your guys' job is to, execute the code part. So clearly you're not going to vote in support of it tonight. So I'm okay with the concept of continuing it, and but there needs to be a communication with staff and the body. Apparently, what you see there isn't moving your piece. It seems like there's a couple major issues for you that I don't disagree. They were major issues when I said, should we do this and should we go down this? and got direction from city managers and building officials and everybody you can that this is the right way. And then over 3 years of submitting it 7 times, studies and so forth, got told like, yes, no, this is the right way to approach this. So that's my experience, but that's okay. You guys need to look at that. The other one that sort of is in there is the void area of concern. And, in a residential, non-professional, non-commercial way where buildings don't get inspected all the time, I appreciate the thoughts that go there. But this is we're a professional organization. We have, built the nicer buildings in the South Bay. These are buildings that fire departments come and inspect for use, ongoing, should, and do. So while a concern that something could happen, I guess I stop a little bit short of saying, hey, well, just because something's a concern of what could happen doesn't mean that it's going to happen kind of piece. The way that this building is designed is very unique in order to save that structure. And so that area is structural and needs to exist for structure. We're trying to limit the amount of uses in the space to address the concerns that you already have of a higher impact of a building. So we're trying to work within that to get to a building that can be done, nicely, at the same time to the right square footages that, again, I think us and staff have been in agreement or wrestled with for 3 years. Again, how they get that directive to you is, I think kind of we can address later. But so, again, I'm certainly open to the continuance thing. I'm happy to, continue to answer questions about how we got here and what the possibilities are. I appreciate your role of you see it. You've got lots of questions, little bits of answers, and not, tons of times and backgrounds. But, there was a number of things sort of said. Again, I'm trying to manage the time for the rest of the night that, I don't think are, if you had the opportunity to have more information, you might not come to the same sort of conclusion on a few of the smaller issues. And, again, both of these issues have counterbalances, like I tried to present before, of, well, some stuff's getting counted that, gee, that shouldn't be counted. The rest of it is all being counted, the whole building is being counted to code, right? So that's the most important part, and I think your job is to make sure that things are counted to code, and somebody isn't seeking a variance, et cetera. So I'm happy to continue it in order to get the opportunity to understand how it is that staff is directed for the last bit, that this is fitting, et cetera. I don't know, are there any other quick questions while it's on our minds?
Okay. I'm looking at planning commission calendars, meeting calendars, and 2 months from now it would be December 16th.
Is there a November?
There is a November meeting.
The challenge, you also have to appreciate it's $30,000 I got to take out of the building for every month that goes by. It's $1,000 a day when we delay.
If you
Yeah.
are prepared, we'll be prepared for November. We can. Oh, is staff saying something? Yeah, it would be. So November 18th would be the next meeting.
That meeting agenda is already, we have at least 4 or 5 items on that agenda, plus a study session scheduled. And at this point, we just have one meeting next month. December would be a better meeting date.
And is there anything on the November agenda that can get bumped to December?
Unfortunately, with our permit streamlining requirements, once we have housing cases ready, we need to present them to you.
Okay. So we can either continue this to a date certain, which it sounds like the earliest would be December 16th, or we can just continue this and then you can negotiate with staff what agenda that gets on.
Or you could act on the item.
Or we can act on the item. So, does anybody have a motion?
No,
I guess I have to close the public comment portion of the hearing unless the applicant has any further comments.
Again, rightfully so, you guys don't, aren't feeling confident in those numbers, and you should feel confident in those numbers before you vote on something. So I don't think there's anything I'm going to suggest, say, or do that's going to change that, unfortunately. So it seems like we should continue this.
Okay, and just for the benefit of the applicant, if we do take a motion tonight to approve or deny the project, that is an appealable action that would get appealed to City Council. So just want to make sure you're clear of what the process would look like if we weren't going to continue this.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, all right. Then I will close the public comment portion of this hearing and bring it back to the commission to see if we have a motion.
I would comment, I think it should be obvious to everyone at this point that the general consensus of the commission is we'd like to approve this project. If this were a minor thing where we could say we'll approve it with staff, the chair or the director rather making, but this is, the numbers are double here. And so the error margin or whatever it is so great that it's just, I can't take an action tonight, or I certainly can't approve the project tonight. I appreciate the cost and what it's entailed in continuing it. I also recognize were we to take action tonight one way or the other and they have to appeal it, that's also a pricey operation. So in my mind, there's only one action we can take. My inclination would be for us to say, put it on the agenda. So we got a midnight meeting coming up on November, but I also recognize that staff has limitations in what they're capable of doing given the slate that's already on our agenda that we are going to approve here in a minute. So my inclination would be, and I'll be prepared to make a motion, as I indicated before, to continue this item with directions of staff to provide us a more detailed, clear calculation or discussion of how the calculation was done. If the applicant is not involved in that process, comes back to us with the void, I've expressed my reservations about that, that's not going to be a deal breaker for me. But I would like to think that's something that could be resolved pretty easily.
Is that a motion?
I'm prepared to make that motion, yes. I so move that
right.
we continue
Second.
this item pending or looking for with direction to staff to give us a much more precise calculation of how the square footage was calculated, if that makes sense.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a vote?
And are we continuing to a date certain?
That wasn't part of the motion,
Okay.
unless that wants to be amended.
Yeah, I did not stipulate, I mean, it certainly should be no later than December, but if it's a way to get it on November ballot or November agenda, I'd be all in favor of that.
I'll second that.
Voting is now open.
So just before I click submit, this says a vote to adopt a resolution to approve, but I'm clicking yes for the motion that's on the floor.
Below, it does say to continue this item to a future meeting, and so we don't have the ability live to correct the existing, but.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, so we're voting knowing that it reads differently than, okay.
No, below, it says to continue this item to a
Right.
future meeting. The header, we cannot change at
Right,
this
right.
moment. We will update that in the post-agenda.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 7D, adopt a resolution to modify the conditions, 7B, adopt a resolution to modify the conditions of approval for Robert's Liquor conditional use permit located at 74 Pier Avenue in the downtown commercial zone, case number 25-CDD-137. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Assistant Planner Johnny Case will have a presentation for you.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. As mentioned, my name is Johnny Case. This item is brought before the Planning Commission as a city-initiated review of the CUP of the subject site, 74 Pier, known as Robert's Liquor. Next slide, please. Staff recommends the Planning Commission receive supporting documentation into record, conclude the public hearing, and determine the project is exempt from CEQA and make the required findings to modify a conditional use permit allowing off-sale alcohol at the existing establishment, Robert's Liquor. Next slide, please. On January 3rd, 1990, the Planning Commission adopted a CUP to allow off-sale general alcoholic beverage sales at this location. On December 11th, 1990, the City Council adopted City Council Resolution 90-5357, granting a CUP on appeal for this location. In October 1996, the establishment was first approved for a business license. Next slide, please. On September 11th, 2024, the Chief of Police and Community Development Director met with the owner and issued a letter detailing recent violations, CUP conditions of approval, and reminding the business owner of the Planning Commission's authority and ability to review the CUP. On August 8th to August 9th, 2025, the California Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, ABC, conducted an undercover investigation resulting in the off-sale of alcohol to a minor, a state law violation. Hermosa Beach Police Department, while assisting ABC, issued several citations for the possession of alcohol in public. On September 11th, 2025, the Chief of Police, in light of the violation of the CUP, state law, and Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, despite the city's previous reminder to the business owner, requested a review of the CUP due to the reoccurrence of alcohol-related violations. On October 13th, 2025, the Planning Commission continued the CUP review to October 21st, 2025. Next slide, please. The subject property is in the C2 zone. In the C2 zone, an establishment selling alcohol off sale that closes at 11 p.m. or earlier is permitted by right. An establishment selling alcohol off sale that is open between the hours of 11:01 p.m. and 2 a.m. requires a CUP. Next slide, please. Here you can see an image of the existing site. The site is located within Pier Plaza and is located on the south side of Pier. Next slide, please. Section 17.70.010 of Hermosa Beach Municipal Code establishes that the Planning Commission may revoke or modify a CUP subject to required findings. The police chief has reviewed the establishment for violations and has recommended the CUP to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. On February 17th, 2024, undercover Hermosa Beach Police Department officers observed minors exiting the establishment with open containers of alcohol, which had been sold to them using fraudulent driver's license. On April 5th, 2024, California ABC officers conducted an undercover investigation resulting in the off-sale of alcohol to a minor. As discussed previously, on August 8th, 2025 and August 9th, 2025, California Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control conducted an undercover investigation resulting in the off sale of alcohol to a minor, a violation of state law. Hermosa Beach Police Department, while assisting ABC, issued several citations for the possession of alcohol in public. Next slide, please. The establishment CUP, which allows for the off sale of service of alcohol, has been exercised contrary to state law and local regulation. As discussed, the documented violations have included the sale of alcohol to underage individuals 3 times between February 2024 and August 2025. The applicant has not complied with the multiple conditions of the CUP, including conditions of approval number 2 and 3. Next slide, please. In order to revoke or modify a conditional use permit, any one of the 8 findings established by Hermosa Beach Municipal Code Section 17.70.00 must be made. In this case, staff find that 3 of the required findings can be made based off of the findings that the use has been exercised in a manner contrary to the terms of approval. Specifically, findings D, E, and F can be made. Finding D, that the permit or variance granted is being or recently has been exercised contrary to the terms or conditions of such approval or in violation of any statute, ordinance, law, or regulation. Finding E, that the use for which the approval was granted was or is exercised as to be detrimental to the public health or safety or as so constitute a nuisance. The CUP allows for the sale of alcoholic beverages at the existing liquor store. The CUP has operated in a manner contrary to the conditions of approval and state law and is detrimental to the public health and safety. There are documented alcohol-related CUP violations involving the sale of alcohol to underage individuals between February 2024 and August 2025. The business operations give rise to a public nuisance involving the sale of alcohol to underage individuals, which is detrimental to public health and safety. Finding G, that the conditions of approval are found to be inadequate to mitigate the impacts of the use allowed by the permit and the public health, safety, and welfare merit modification of the permit. As a result of the establishment's alcohol sales infractions that included serving alcoholic beverages to underage individuals in 2024, the ABC administratively issued fines to the licensee. In addition, the business owner was provided a letter outlining the Hermosa Beach Police Department and ABC violations from the Community Development Director on September 11, 2024. The letter referenced conditions of the governing CUP, City Council Resolution 90-5357, that must be adhered to in order to maintain their CUP, including the following conditions. Condition of Approval 2. The establishment shall not adversely affect the welfare of residents or commercial establishments nearby. Condition of Approval 3. The business shall provide adequate management and supervisory techniques to prevent loitering, unruliness, and boisterous activities of the patrons outside the business or the immediate area. Condition of Approval number 15. The police chief may determine that a continuing police problem exists and may authorize the presence of a police-approved doorman and/or security personnel to eliminate the problem paid by the business. Next slide, please. In accordance with the Chief of Police's memo and in light of reoccurring violations, the draft resolution proposed modifies the conditions of approval. These conditions include draft condition of approval number 3, to modify the hours of operations requiring the establishment to be closed by 12 a.m. midnight daily. Draft condition of approval number 16, to prohibit the sale of single-served containers and bottles. Draft condition of approval number 5, require the use of electronic ID verification. In addition to the noted conditions of approval, staff have Staff have updated the conditions of approval to meet today's standard requirements for alcohol-related CUPs. This includes required employee and management training, video surveillance, and installation of informational signage. Next slide, please. Pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Class 1, the project is categorically exempt. Next slide, please. The item was properly noticed on September 30th, 2025. Next slide, please. Staff recommend the Planning Commission determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA and to adopt a resolution to modify the CUP conditions of approval. Next slide, please. This concludes planning's portion of the staff presentation. I would like to have Police Chief Phillips and members of the Police Department and Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control elaborate on the incidents resulting in the CUP review and staff's recommendation for modification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Case, for the staff report. A couple other things we want to talk about and highlight with this situation and this CUP. So we know that in this case there was 3 violations going back to 2024 for selling alcohol to a minor, but there's more to this story. As most of the commissioners here know, for several years, the Community Development Department and Police Department would bring a report 3 times a year to talk about problems within the city with regard to conditional use permits and alcohol sales and how that impacts the greater community and public safety. We've changed directions from that, and now when there's something that comes up, to be more timely and more agile with it, we bring that to the Planning Commission as soon as possible after the incident occurred. So the last one occurred just last August. There was another incident, a 3rd incident in 2 years of alcohol sale to a minor. As we said, there are several conditions, as Mr. Case highlighted, several conditions of the current CUP, which is contributing to the public safety, public health, and nuisance issues. So for more than the last 2 years, the police department, along with ABC, have conducted multiple undercover operations targeting alcohol-related incidents in our downtown Pier Plaza area. Now that's alcohol-related incidents in the entire area. It's not specific to any one business or any number of businesses. It's everything. During those operations over the last 2 years, many times the people that are committing violations, it could be urinating in public, it could be open container, it could be drunk in public, are telling our officers, and sometimes our officers are observing them purchasing some of their alcohol at the business. When I say business, I'm referring to Robert's Liquor. So this has been going on for some time, and it's quite honestly been going on a lot more than 2 years. It's been going on for years. This is not new. It speaks to the culture of our downtown late-night establishments, especially on the weekends. So I'll speak for a minute on some of this specific business and some of the stuff just to elaborate. This isn't directly on the business, but it's very common for our officers to see folks that will come to the area, the parking lots, and they will drink alcohol before they go into any business, whether it's a bar or restaurant. The term that a lot of people use, the pre-gaming. It's very common in Hermosa Beach, and that contributes to a lot of our issues. As was mentioned previously, in the August 24 incident, officers observed, let me rephrase that. In addition to some of the incidents, in August of 2024, officers observed an incident where a group of individuals go into the business, some adults, some juveniles, buy some alcohol, and then they leave. And the juveniles go to the vehicle in the parking lot with the alcohol, and the adults go into the bars and restaurants. Those minors were cited for possession of alcohol. That's another contributing problem here. During the most recent operation in August of this year, our officers issued 30 citations for alcohol violations on one night alone. Many of those incidents came from the business. As we said, sometimes it was through direct observation, sometimes it was just talking to the folks who had an open container of alcohol. Where'd you get it? I got it from Robert's Liquor. In the August incident, as was highlighted in the ABC report that was included in the staff report as an attachment, in one incident, a patron buys a single serve of alcohol and opens it while still standing in the business, and is directed correctly by the employee, hey, you can't do that. So what do? They take it right outside, they cross the property line of the front door and continue to consume their alcohol right there in public. Those individuals were cited. This business is the only business that's alcohol retail store open past midnight until the bars close, so from midnight to 2 a.m. As we know, for most of the bars and restaurants that do operate past 11 p.m. or midnight, they start pushing folks out of their business at about 1:30, 1:45. It is very common for patrons that are now leaving the bar and restaurant who have been drinking for several hours to then go to the business and purchase more alcohol, which is then consumed in the area of Hermosa Beach, our parking lots, and in our communities. So, as I mentioned before, we have a public safety and a nuisance, and I'll stretch and say public health. That's not our area. We have a culture of our downtown Pure Plaza late night establishments and various CUPs, and this business is one of them. We have issues related to fighting, assault and battery, drinking in public, urinating in public, vomiting in public and private property, public intoxication, DUI, vandalism, and many other violations that are all kind of part of this same thing. All of this impacts the surrounding community, and there is a ripple effect to our community that impacts public safety and nuisance issues. We want to emphasize that the point of sale in the business is not necessarily the only concern here. It's stuff that happens, that continues to happen in the moments, minutes, and hours after that point of sale. Enforcement will only go so far. So we have a culture, we have an atmosphere, we have crime and public nuisance issues that are happening in our city. We can enforce a lot, and we do. But that's only going to go so far to change the issue. And we have to start considering, from a policy standpoint, from a CUP and conditions of approval standpoint, how are we going to make a true impact to make our community better? We're not blaming any one business. We all know the owner and operators and employees of Robert's Liquor. They're great people. We're not blaming any one business, but there are several conditions of their current CUP which allow this to happen and allow it to continue to contribute to the problems of our city. Administratively, we can't continue to just do the things the exact same way. If we do, we're going to get the exact same result. We believe that by implementing the recommendations, the CUP modifications that we have proposed, will make a significant step to improving the quality of life for our community, the public safety of our community. We don't want the business to suffer, but we need to find a better balance, because without some of this, our community will continue to suffer. That's it for my additional comments. I will gladly answer any questions, but if it pleases the commission, we also have ABC Agent Connolly here, who is going to speak on some of the violations in more detail. So Chair Hirsch, if you want to do questions now, or if you would prefer to bring up Agent Connolly, I defer to you.
I think let's bring up Agent Connolly so we can round out the staff presentation, and then we can ask questions.
And just one moment, the video folks are going to change screen due to the nature of the work to ensure that his privacy is not...
We're getting the thumbs up.
Okay, good to go.
So, good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak about this. The licensee, they had a minor decoy, ran a minor decoy. We sent somebody who's 19 or under, we would call it youthful appearing, with their current ID, valid ID. They went in April, and the clerk did not check the ID, and they were cited, and we took administrative action for sales to a minor. That was the previous case. So on August the 8th, I was the case agent for the operation that we planned with both Hermosa Beach and with my department. We had two offices there. We had the Lakewood office, my office, and the Cerritos Enforcement office there as well. So we ran just a general ABC operation, looked for any violations of the law, but mainly violation of the ABC Acts. Drunk in public, over service, minors in possession of ID, minors buying alcohol. that sort of stuff, drinking in public. Earlier that night, I saw a youthful appearing individual buy a can of Cutwater margarita mix at the store. I could see inside, I'm standing right outside. The ID checker, the clerk, took about 2 to 3 seconds. When the gentleman walked out, he opened up the can of beer and drank from it. We stopped him. Sergeant Dove and I approached him. He had just turned 21 in June, okay? I asked him how long did the clerk check your ID? It's a couple of seconds. Issued him a cite for drinking in public. That piqued my interest to think that if they're selling alcohol like that, they're not checking the IDs. Later that night, we saw the 2 individuals that were drinking outside. They were cited. As I was standing there with members from the police department, a youthful appearing 17-year-old came out carrying a 12-pack of Twisted Tea iced tea. I turned to my partner, I said, hey, I'm gonna go stop him. Contacted him, kid was polite, he was 17 years old, he used the fake ID to purchase the alcohol. I asked him, I said, how long did the clerk look at your ID? He said, a couple of seconds. And I said, a couple of seconds? And I do this routinely. Like I said, 1001, 1002, 1003. And he said something to the effect about, that's it. So with an ID, and you're looking at someone who's buying underage, there's no way you can do it in 5 seconds. I can't. I've been trained. I've seen IDs from every state here. The IDs now are so much better than when I first started 25 years ago, are just so much better. This kid's ID was not very good. It's kind of like AK Sushi, if you remember me talking about that, and the ID checks and the bad IDs. This was similar. So after the kid got cited, we got him sent away with his guardian. I asked to go back inside and watch the video, close the store down. I wanted to do a backtrack investigation, excuse me. Conducted our backtrack investigation. The manager came down. We watched the video. And it's literally less than 3 seconds. The ID checker looks at the ID. So I asked the clerk, I said, how long do you usually take to, before we watched the video, excuse me, how long does it take for you to check an ID? He said 10 seconds. I said, what do you look at? He goes, the birth date. I go, that's it? That's when the other clerk stood up and said, we look at the expiration date as well. And I said, okay, well, it can't be done. Because you're taking in the photo of the person, the descriptors, all right, their expiration date, and the date of birth. You're also feeling the ID. California IDs and all state IDs have certain features on them and a certain feel, and also have raised things on them. All your fake IDs now will also scan with a UV light or a black light. And I know you guys want to do the electric scanner. That's a great tool, but you can't rely on it. All the fake IDs now will all scan. If you ever go to Vaughn's or Rouse and they do the ID, and they slide it across there, they'll all do that. And I've had clerks tell me, well, I scanned it and it came back okay. You can't rely on that. You've got to take adequate time. So that's what we did. We took a case for it administratively, and I took it as you can't do it in 2 or 3 seconds. The manager did come down. We watched the video together. We watched it on more than one occasion, on more than one day, and he agreed with me. You know, he said, I usually check my IDs in 2 to 3 seconds, and I said, it's impossible. You can't do it. And that's what the case comes from.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any questions of staff or police department or ABC at this time? Okay, Commissioner Izant.
I think, excuse me, I think this may be a question for the chief. Chief, as part of our packet, the incident report, on page 2, there's this bottom area. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 SS, subject stops, all on August 8th. So once they're, and I realize you may not have this information at your fingertips, but of those 10, do you know how many of those said, I bought this at Robert's Liquor?
No, we don't have that. We don't have it that granular as far as I mentioned, that operation that night, our officers issued 30 citations for different alcohol violations. We don't have exactly which one of those came specifically from the business. But yes, there was multiple, and I recall that this was in another report, that at one point our officers had 7 individuals, I'll say side by side, but that's not literal, 7 individuals all outside of the business being cited for alcohol violations at that one location, some of which were seen coming out of the business.
About 3 years ago, I had the privilege of going on a ride-along on a Friday night, and the officer I was with and his partner did stop in parking lot A twice, once around 9 o'clock, another at around 2, and did find a number of folks in the cars drinking, gave them a choice of either accepting a citation or going to court, and they said, we'll take the citation. But on that citation, would I be correct that they may ask verbally, where did you buy this? And the suspect may say, well, I bought it at Roberts or I bought it somewhere. But they don't write that down on the ticket.
Correct. Yeah, that's not the element of the violation that's going to be going either to court or, usually it's an infraction, so it usually doesn't literally go to court unless they fight it. We don't write that on the citation. And even if they tell us that they bought it at Roberts Liquor, we don't go back and investigate. Like what Agent Connolly described, that was a different circumstance, right? You have a minor and you want to go back and review the video. We see open container violations all the time. We don't take the time, we don't have the resources to go back and investigate exactly where it came from. It could have been 7-Eleven on PCH, and we just issue the violation. We don't include the business.
Understood. But you've also said that a number of times when the individuals have been questioned, that they have, a significant number have said, oh, I just bought that at Roberts. So it's anecdotal evidence, but where then is somehow it compiled so that you know this information to bring it to us now?
You're right, it is anecdotal. And it's also some of the observations made by our officers. And I'll use that one evening as an example, the August 8th into the morning of August 9th. Some of those were seen purchasing from Roberts, walking outside, opening their alcohol right there on Pier Plaza and starting to drink, and that was the violation. But that's not documented, so I don't have data to show when it specifically came from the business for that specific violation.
Understood. Last question is more of a generality, perhaps. Someone who is 21 or over makes a legal purchase at Roberts, walks outside. Where may they legally consume that beverage?
At home,
Okay.
at a private residence or at a private location.
All right, so not in a car.
They can't take an off-sale alcoholic beverage into an on-sale, such as one of the bars or restaurants. That's a violation. They can't allow that. Businesses can't allow outside alcohol to come in. They can't have it in their car, on the beach, or in public. They have to go to a private location, private residence, to be able to open that container and consume.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I have.
Any other questions?
I have a question of the agent, actually.
Do we have to flip the camera again? Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
Good.
There you go. When the kind of violations that you mentioned, so somebody goes in, minor purchases, what does ABC do then to the business? In other words, what's the consequence for the business?
Okay, so we have a tiered system for that. So obviously, we're going to take administrative action, not criminal action. So for the first offense, it's going to be a fine up to $7,000 or a 15-day suspension. They can choose. Now, they can also choose to go to administrative hearing and have it before an administrative judge to fight it. All right. Second one, like he's looking at right now, is going to be a minimum of 25 days down, up to a $12,000 fine. And it's based on the sale of alcohol for a whole year. We have a sheet that computes it, so.
Okay, and if I could, a second question. The regulation of single service, a 25 ounce or 40 ounce or whatever,
I recommend it wholeheartedly for this place. You need to do this for this place. We do it all the time for places. We have what we call conditions on license. Now, we can place conditions on a license, the city can, all right? So this type of place and this kind, I'm gonna tell you right now, we could have cited 80 people for drinking in public. And the majority of them, because I work with these guys, I tell them, ask them where it's coming from. We're standing there watching people just come right out, walk 10, 15 feet away, pop a beer and start walking down your Pier Plaza, thinking it's normal, thinking they're downtown Vegas. You have a problem with that. So.
And I have a vague notion that there was a huge issue over trying to regulate the sale of single cigarettes. And I appreciate that's a different thing, but that's, again, this is one of those things where I can't think of another item in the city.
So with the single sale, all right, and you selling a tall boy, a 24-ounce can, all right, you're getting a lot of people leaving a bar already who've been pre-gaming and been drinking inside here, are going to take one into the home on the road with them. They're going to put it in their car, all right? I work patrol. I still do, and I'm doing right now 2 other Watson DUI murder cases of guys doing this. All right? They've been drinking at a bar, they'll stop at a liquor store and pick up another beer, all right? And then bad things happen, people die. You're allowing them just to, it's a beer to go. And it leads to opening it up. People aren't gonna open up a 12-pack necessarily. They will, some people will, but not necessarily. They're gonna take that home and drink it. So.
I guess, and you sort of answered my own question, what's the right word? The disincentive that comes from, no, you want a beer, you better buy a 6-pack. Well, there's 4 of us, okay, or we all buy our own 25.
Yeah, we all buy our own tall boy.
I'm just trying to understand how, from our perspective, the efficiency or the effectiveness of that.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be super great. Because here's the other thing too is, if they violate that, all right, it's gonna be a CUP violation. But we can get them that.
I understand that.
We can also get them administratively for it. Held them accountable for that, ABC-wise. Your city can take your action, whatever you're going to take. We can take action on that too. So it's not worth them. There's no incentive to it. And going back, some licenses have restrictions. We call them conditions. Single sale's one of them. They can't sell a beer, anything smaller than a 16-ounce. Single packs. We'll have no happy hour. I'm trying to remember some of them off the top of my head here, but different restrictions, and that's made for different areas. It lends it to it, especially single sales, we most of the time do it for people in homeless areas. I hate to say it like that, but that's the truth, because it leads to people just taking a beer and walking out with it and drinking it right in front.
So help me procedurally. We're being asked to do something that ABC also could or might do independent of us. In other words, if you saw...
Not in this case.
I'm sorry?
Not in this case. So they do not have any conditions.
Right.
Okay? So they don't have any conditions to modify. It would take a stronger or more violations for us to apply conditions to them.
Okay.
You guys can't.
No, I understand that.
So,
But you could, if this was a pattern where you'd had 15 instances of this, the ABC would probably take action. Is that what you're suggesting?
We would take action, but not necessarily make conditions on the license. Putting conditions on a license that doesn't have conditions is very, very tough.
Procedurally for you to do, or
not for me, for my department.
But I mean legally for the department to do that?
It's an uphill battle.
A lot more. So if an establishment legally sells an alcoholic beverage, any retail product, and the customer goes outside and on their own time, their own watch, breaks the law, they're the perpetrator, correct? I mean, they're in trouble. They get the ticket.
The person who's drinking the alcohol.
Correct.
Yeah, but we're talking right now on the curtilage, the area they're responsible. So the licensee is responsible for that area in front of the store. We're talking about walking outside, here's the door, and you're 2 feet away, you're open and you're drinking a beer. Or 3 feet away. They're standing right by the door drinking. If you have the report in front of you, you're going to see the two gentlemen right before I got the young kid. They're drinking right to the left of the door.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flaherty?
In these 12 different reports that we have here, one of them referred to a previous incident that happened possibly 2 years ago, and it was a choice between the current business owner being suspended or taking a fine. The way I understood it, when I read the note, it looked like it was a 9 or 10 month process or even more. Is that typical, how long it takes between the time of the incident and until you resolve the issue?
Nothing moves quickly with the state.
Say that one.
Nothing moves quickly with the state. Okay, so I'll be honest with you. It depends. It all depends. Right now, we are short bodies, and we're short in our OLS, which is our Office of Legal Services. In fact, we just had another attorney move on to the DA's
But
office.
it's not untypical.
So it takes time, yeah.
Yeah,
I've had cases 5 years, take 5 years.
Okay.
And it's also, the licensee can suspend it. He can delay and delay and delay. Not to say they will, I'm just saying, but it can be done.
Do you think that was a proper decision for you to end that particular case like that?
They sold to a minor, didn't check the person's ID, so yeah.
Yes.
That
Okay.
was, best way I could put it, a slam dunk case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Izant?
Just to follow up on his question, alcohol is sold to someone who is 21 or older. If they step outside within a few feet, that's still the responsibility of the shop operator. But if they walk to the middle of Pier Plaza, or if they walk to the middle of parking lot A, it's now a violation on their own, which has nothing to do with Robert's Liquor.
Correct.
So, but what the chief and the department is recommending, or they're saying that, and again, this is a broad generality, single serves are found much more, let's say that it's a legal adult, 21 or over, out in the middle of parking lot A. The chief and his men are saying, officers are saying, we're more likely to find a single serve as opposed to someone who's bought a, let's say, a six-pack and has just opened the first can of that six-pack. Is that a broad, correct generality?
I don't know how, it depends. If you're by yourself, I'm just telling you, a single sale leads for easy consumption and easy to get rid of. And it makes it easier for them. I mean, it's just, everywhere we go, we've had these places, we've had them. And we've had other places that I've worked and other liquor stores where we've asked for condition modifications for that kind of stuff when they've had conditions on it already. So it just, the best way I can put it to you is just, I can grab a beer and go. And it's a single can. It's a 24-ounce can to go. And they sell 24-ounce cans. So.
Thank you.
One last question for ABC and from me, at least. Is that a typical, is this condition that is being suggested or proposed by staff, eliminating single serving sales, is that a typical condition or is that an atypical condition?
You'll see it very often. You will see it very often for liquor stores. Yes, you will.
And then I have one question for staff. I think the police department or staff brought up the triannual report that we used to do. And I had been thinking about that before the presentation. And it sounds like the violations have been going on here for more than a year, but we haven't seen it in the triannual report, which we no longer have, but we used to have. Is that because this is not a restaurant or bar, or or did I miss it?
No, you're correct, because the triennial was focused on sale, so it may not necessarily have it wouldn't have been in your standardized reporting.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me. Does anybody else have questions? Yes. Okay, lots of questions. Questions on this side? No? Okay. Vice Chair Izant.
Yeah, Chief, just one question. The representative of Robert's Liquor, in one of his letters, has filed several Freedom of Information requests. In one of his letters, if I remember correctly, he believes that he's going to receive an answer to those requests sometime towards the end of the month. Is that correct?
Yes, and I was just reviewing those public records requests today, just before this meeting. It is a very, very extensive request. It's going to take staff weeks to compile all of the requests that are being requested.
Thank you. Same question to Community Development Staff. Director?
I'm actually not aware that the Community Development Department has received a public records request.
I may have misread then. It must have been some other department. But thank you.
I think the files that were requested were largely from the police department and not records that we would have need to respond to, is my recollection.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Flaherty.
Chief, thank you, first of all, for your time tonight. And secondly, you mentioned about Roberts being the only one with a 2 o'clock versus a midnight. Now, over the last couple of years, we have two, I'll call them liquor stores, that are no longer here in business. Up on PCH at 4th, that went out of business now. Dance Studio over at 27th, we'll call it Five Corners. That's out of business right now, whether it ever comes back in. What were their hours, do you remember? Or just trying to get a feel for what the other, because there's 3 left in town.
Yeah, I do recall that the 27th was open late, and regrettably, the reason I remember that is they suffered several late-night robberies at that location.
Okay.
Because they're kind of off the main path. There were several robberies at that location. I don't recall that the 4th and PCH location being open until 2 a.m.
Right. Is there, do you feel, because the other convenience stores, either on PCH or where I illustrated, one on Manhattan Beach or Manhattan Avenue, have they run into any issues like this? Or do you recall any incidents where this has been an issue?
Not that we're aware of.
And I recognize the location is part of the problem.
Part of that, and I will add that it's also the hours. And if Beach Market at 14th and Hermosa Avenue was open after midnight, I would expect that people would be going there after bar close to pick up their to-go beer, as Agent Connolly mentioned. So, but it's not. It's closed. So we don't have those problems coming from that business.
A couple things in the staff report illustrated down to the everything from a cooler with ice that had cold refreshments in it. It illustrated the size of a wine bottle and so on and so forth. Is that pretty industry standard? Is there something that's going to sneak underneath the wire that we're not mentioning right now?
We thought that was fairly general but specific enough for any and every reader to understand what the spirit of that condition is. I can say that in speaking to the owner of Robert's Liquor, if this condition is approved by this commission, that we're going to work with the business and make sure that there's not workarounds. There's been changes in different alcoholic beverages that I've seen just in the recent years that I hadn't seen when I was in patrol.
Right.
And so there's always going to be workarounds. There's going to be some businesses that want to try and work arounds, but in this case, I think that this particular business wants to do the right thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief.
And Chair, may I make one comment to some of the questions that Commissioner McNally and Izant had? The question about if someone 21 and older purchases alcohol legally walks outside of the business, and we use the example of Lot A, and then opens it, where's the violation? In that same spirit, we want to consider, okay, what if they go to Lot C, the parking structure, or go down to the beach? When we look at this, we look at it from a public safety perspective, and we look at the entire CUP. And because these few violations triggered the review of the CUP at our request, we look at the entire CUP and how can we make adjustments to the CUP that enhance the safety for our community. So yes, you're absolutely correct. The violation is the individual, not the business in those examples. But we have a CUP that's been in existence since 1990 or 1996 that are creating challenges for our public safety and our community. So I just putting an emphasis on that. Thank you for allowing me to add that comment.
All right, Vice Chair Azant.
Yeah, Director, my question on whether or not community development had received a freedom of information request, I was incorrect. It's 16 requests mailed to the city clerk as of September 29th. But none of those have filtered down to your department at this point.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. I think we have exhausted our questions of staff at this time. Do any of my fellow commissioners have disclosures to make? All right, seeing none, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Walked through the store, but I bought a bottle of water, nothing alcoholic.
Was it single serve?
Yes, it was single serve, but it was non-alcoholic.
All right, Commissioner Flaherty?
I walked into the store this week. I've been in that store hundreds of times, so it's pretty common. I did not buy anything. Sorry.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Hundreds of visits.
Commissioner McNally?
I visited the establishment, spoke to the owner, his management team in lengthy conversation, reviewed their ID check machine for both the state of California and national, reviewed their cameras and security systems. I met with both the chief and the captain and asked them detailed questions in regards to this. I also met with the potential owners of the project who had made a bid that are now on hold, but I visited their location and spoke with them.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're now going to begin the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission and not to the audience. I believe the applicant is present, so now is the time for you to approach the podium to make your presentation. And please state your name as well.
Hi, everybody. Kit Bobko. I'm here with the owner, and I represent Roberts. She'd like to make a statement first, and then I have some comments that I'd like to give you, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, honorable members, commissioners. My name is Jan Nguyen. I'm speaking on behalf of Roberts Liquor and its owner, Mr. Tran. Thank you so much for allowing me to share our point of view. The current ownership has been operating at Roberts Liquor since 1996. There's a core group of 4 of us who have been there continuously until now, for close to 30 years, in an establishment that, in addition to the lighthouse, dates back further than any other business on the plaza. A man in his 90s came in recently and shared how his mother used to frequent the store when she was a child. Many customers return to the store, often after long absences, including international customers, knowing that Roberts Liquor will still be there for them to purchase any basic necessities. The familiarity gives them a sense of being reconnected to Hermosa Beach. We have seen many couples from the time before they started dating to after they welcomed little ones into their growing families, bringing their kids into the store. We have been there long enough to even see these kids grow old enough to be working at establishments on or near Pier Plaza. We too have built families within the community. dropping kids off to participate at JG's at TK Pier, picking them up after they get pizza, tacos, ice cream, or an acai bowl with friends, being a docent for hands-on art at the school, working the snack bars for different sports, watching them graduate from Miracosta and Redondo Union High schools, shedding incredulous and grateful tears at the news while sitting at the pool deck during a swim meet that one got accepted into Harvard. I met the father of my child, a deceased police officer of Hermosa Beach, while working here. I am a part of the faith community of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Hermosa. The four of us on staff are all thankful to have been a part of and for the support of the community all these years and being able to share in its history. The first and only time we have ever been cited by law enforcement was on April 5th, 2024, when the California Department of Alcohol Beverage Control conducted an undercover investigation. And sadly, one of our workers was cited for selling alcohol to a minor, albeit unknowingly. Robert's Liquor did pay the maximum fine imposed by ABC. In their staff report, the city cites 3 specific incidents for which we are accused. In one incident that occurred on February 17, 2024, staff states that, quote, officers working an undercover operation observed a group of 3 juveniles exiting Robert's Liquor with open containers of alcohol. Upon being contacted by officers, the juveniles advised they were 17 years of age and were all in possession of fraudulent California driver's licenses. This incident was not made known to Robert's Liquor at the time. We were unaware. The next incident was an ABC operation, which occurred on April 5th, 2024, as stated above, which we did not contest. The third specific incident cited in the staff report occurred on August 8, 2025, even though the report says August 8-9, 2025. It was the same night. The incident occurred around 11:30 p.m. on August 8. Law enforcement officers were present at Robert's Liquor until past midnight. Alcohol was sold to a minor over 6 feet tall who was carded by the employee and produced a fraudulent driver's license. It very much looked like a valid ID to our employees. But the HBPD officer present when ABC Agent Connolly was conducting his investigation says he could tell it was a fake. Agent Connolly asked for identification cards and current information for all 3 employees present. No citation has yet been issued to date. Agent Connolly did return the following week to record the store's video footage of that night. Chief Phillips states in his memorandum that, quote, in the report, it is noted one subject, legal drinking age, is observed on video purchasing alcohol inside Robert's Liquor. Shortly after, the subject was drinking the open alcohol just outside the location. 2 more subjects, legal drinking age, are also observed on video purchasing alcohol inside Robert's Liquor. One subject opens the alcohol and begins to consume it in front of the cashier. He is directed to take the alcohol outside. The second subject also purchases alcohol and takes it outside and opens it. Both subjects were issued citations, unquote. This is not entirely accurate. We also reviewed the video recordings from that night. The video footage of the 2 subjects mentioned was from a camera angle behind the cashier. The wider camera angle, the wider camera angle shows the subject entered with the drinks, only purchased a Wrigley 5 gum, and was asked by the cashier to exit the premise when she saw the open alcohol container. These are the only specific incidents cited. All other incidents in the staff report are very vague, but accuses and targets Robert's Liquor as deserving of strong condemnation. On the evening of August 8, the staff inside of Robert's Liquor was aware that multiple HBPD officers were present both in the plaza in front of the store as well as in the back parking lot behind the store, giving out citations for drinking in public, mostly by word from customers who were complaining to us. Because Roberts has had a friendly relationship with members of the police department throughout the decades, I felt it was appropriate to cooperate with the department when they were conducting a sting. Instead of warning patrons not to drink in public and that undercover officers are giving out citations. Of course, it turns out that Robert's Liquor was the true target and is accused of lacking in management and supervisory techniques to prevent this from happening outside of our business. We believe it is grossly unjust for the city to target us as largely contributing to unruly, boisterous, or illegal activities occurring at or near Pier Plaza. Contrary to the accusations that Robert's Liquor adversely affects the welfare of residents and or commercial establishments nearby, we believe we have the support of both residents and commercial establishments nearby, especially the closest residents who appreciate the convenience our establishment provides. To help with identifying fake IDs, we initially bought an ID scanner which can read magnetic strips to alert user if the listed date of birth is fraudulent. We have since purchased a more high-tech electronic device capable of reading a greater variety of identification cards. The chief has expressed his approval. I understand Agent Connolly just explained to us that even those high-tech devices are not 100% effective. We are quite willing to have staff go through the LEAD program. We also have a sign posted right at the register that is illegal to drink in public. No such signs exist anywhere in the city-owned parking lot outside of our back door or on the plaza. Additionally, we would like to add that police department very rarely, throughout our entire 29-year history, get a call for service from Robert's Liquor. Being an off-sale establishment, I would venture to guess that ours is a much more peaceful location than other businesses on the plaza that offer alcohol sales. Of course, we get thefts, but amazingly enough, no robberies. Our landlord has never had to worry about us being late paying our rent. Our store was open every day to serve the residents and nearby businesses throughout the difficult days of the pandemic. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly for honorable commissioners for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jen. You can sit there.
All right. I think that's important. So I know all of you know me. I know Mike and Pete from way back. Greg, I think we've known each other. Madam Chairwoman, I don't think you and I have had the honor of meeting. It's nice to meet you. Mr. Isant, I'm sure we've run across each other somewhere. And I want to make sure that you all understand that tonight I am here as your friend. I represent Roberts, but I'm here as your friend. And you are tiptoeing along the precipice of disaster right now. You cannot revoke property rights on innuendo and anecdotal evidence. You just can't. You don't have that authority. You don't have that power. Hopefully, your attorney's antenna are going up, because what you would need to do anything is what the lawyers call substantial evidence. And you don't have it. You don't have it. And I want to go through, first thing I want to go through is a couple of things in the CUP, which I know you've all read. And by the way, we submitted a letter to all of you. I didn't include the CUP in it. I hope you have it. I'm going to read it to you.
Just before you continue, can you bring the mic a little closer, because people are having trouble hearing? Thank you.
That's never been a problem for me. So remember that this CUP is from 1990. It is 2025. This business has been in existence at that location actually since 1940. This business has been there for 35 years, and now in the last 2, we've decided that it's a nuisance. Okay, there's a problem there. But if you start going through the conditions, you see that we just, it's frankly quite shocking that we have to be here tonight. The first thing said, number 2, which was cited by staff, says, the establishment shall not adversely affect the welfare of residents. Which resident is here complaining tonight? And or commercial establishments nearby. Which commercial establishment are we talking about? Are we talking about Sharky's? Are we talking about the tiki bar that's going to open up across the street from Roberts? Are we talking about American Junkie? Which of them is here tonight complaining to you about Roberts? And if you don't have evidence of either of those, you cannot get into that part of the CUP. You don't have it. Then item number 3 says the business shall provide adequate management and supervisory techniques to prevent loitering, unruliness, boisterous activities of the patrons outside the business or in the immediate area. I don't think anybody's saying that there's inadequate management. All I've heard tonight is that there have been accusations of underage sales. There was one, right? It's important, and I'll get to the special agent in just a moment. I wish I could cross-examine them. If this goes further, I'm going to request that I be able to cross-examine both the chief and the agent. But what they said was that there's a problem with somebody underage purchasing alcohol. They didn't say the management was bad, did they? In fact, what I heard was there were 3 people there on the night of the incident in August of 2025, and they spoke to them, and they were responsive. The staff report says that Mr. No, who's sitting right over there, came to the business at 12:30 at night to show a video, and then the next day were very cooperative with police to show them everything that they wanted. Is that what this commission thinks constitutes inadequate management? Because it doesn't sound like it. Number 14 is important too, because what we're trying to do here is, this proceeding is essentially pretextual, and we're trying to shoehorn in an ABC violation with a nuisance claim. And the issue here is number 14 says that any violation of the conditions and or violation of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code shall be grounds for an immediate revocation, hearing, and or citation. I challenge any of you to look through the staff report and find me a violation of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code against the business. There are certainly violations of people, right? Commissioner Resant, you mentioned people coming out, how far they have to go, whatnot. Listen, those people were cited. Where's the citation for the business in the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code? I haven't seen it. And if they're going to say that it exists, they need to produce it, because we can't properly respond to allegations for which we have not seen the charges. 15 says, the police chief may determine that a continuing police problem exists. By the way, that's the same language that is included in both the September 2024 quote-unquote warning letter and in the September 11th, 2025 letter that we received. The police chief has determined a continuing problem exists. But what does the actual CUP say about that? It says that if he does, he may require the presence of a police-approved doorman and or security personnel paid by the business. Well, that's not what we're talking about tonight, is it? That's not what he's asking for. That's not what staff is asking for. So again, we are asking, the staff and the police chief are asking you to do things for which the CUP does not allow, and for which they have not presented any evidence. I want to get then to some of the comments that have already been made. The first one is, and I'll make this easy for you to remember, okay? The 5 Ps. I was talking to a jury, this is what I would do. I would give them something to hang on to, the 5 Ps. The first one is preemption. Pete, you've already asked the ABC representative about what they could do in this situation. What we're talking about here is ABC has the ability to regulate the sale, production, transport of alcohol. That's essentially what we're talking about here tonight, isn't it? That we don't like the sale? That's ABC. That is not something within your purview. And if we're going to talk about that being something within your purview, there needs to be a heck of a lot more in the staff report to explain why that's something that you can do. But absent that, I would submit to you that you are preempted by state law from doing the things that have been asked. Which gives me a moment to talk about what my friend Mr. Connolly was saying. So the one thing I heard that really caught my attention was the reason that he went in and found the 17-year-old who was underage was because he talked to somebody who was of age that looked like they were too young. So the thing that triggered this was the business properly identified somebody who was 21 and sold them alcohol, but Mr. Connolly thought that guy looked too young. The other thing that caught my ear was, imagine being an underage kid being asked how long they looked at your ID. Are you going to say, oh, they studied it? They really looked at it. I mean, they turned it over, they gave it a good looking at. No, you're going to say, oh, they just glanced at it, right? That is absolute hearsay. That would be inadmissible in any hearing. That could not be used anywhere else other than here tonight. And I submit to you that that is nothing that you should base any kind of decision on. It's hearsay in the extreme. Staff asked that we produce a scanner, which we've agreed to do, and you just heard from ABC, well, that's probably not even good enough. So, you know, what is the business to do? What else can they do? If they have the scanner and they go through the training and they still, let's say next year, something happens, unfortunately, but you know, things happen. Are we going to be back here again looking to open up their CUP when they've done everything that we know to do and have been asked to do? Mr. Connolly also said that this was anecdotal evidence. You cannot take someone's property on anecdotal evidence. The other thing that struck me is the idea that people take beer out of Roberts and drink it in public. I bet if we walk down the pier or the beach this Saturday, well, I don't have to tell you, you all live here. Mr. Hoffman asked, well, what can you do from ABC? And he said, well, we need stronger or more violations for this to apply. So let me translate what that is. We can't do anything because we don't have enough evidence, but we want you to do it. That alone should give you pause about going into this CUP and taking the business owner's property rights. His exact quote was, it's very, very tough for ABC to do. I wish you'd asked him why, because if I cross-examined him, I would ask him why. You cannot revoke someone's property or their CUP on a series of hypotheticals. You just can't do that. I promised you 5 Ps. I'm going to give you the second. The second one is pretext. We are trying, as I've said, to shoehorn in opening up the CUP by using 2 incidents. Bear in mind, the second incident hasn't even been adjudicated yet. So when we show up and an ABC official says, well, you know, we've cited them, all this damning evidence, okay, we haven't adjudicated it yet. We don't know how that's going to turn out. It could be that they paid a fine and that's it. It could be that they decide to challenge it. We don't know. But that certainly isn't something that you can rely on as evidence tonight. The third P I have for you is premature. This hearing is premature. I asked 3 times, 3 times to have it continued to no avail. You asked your staff, Commissioner Eisant, you asked your staff, excuse me, I think there were Public Records Act requests made of you, and they didn't know. Ugh, that's no good. There have been plenty made, and they were made a month ago. And we asked specifically so we could have the benefit of that information before we had to stand up here in front of you tonight and respond to whatever it is that staff, the police chief, and ABC decided to say. And we don't have that. So at a minimum, this hearing is premature, and you cannot adjudicate this until Roberts Liquor has all of the available information. And if it takes the city 3 months to get it, then so be it. We need to have that information. It's just not fair. The fourth P is property. We talk a lot about the CUP. I encourage you to read it if you haven't already, but it's 3 pages, right? 1990. It says the hours of operation are from 8 to 2 a.m. And you heard the ABC official say, it's clean, right? It's clear. There's no conditions on it. It was signed by someone I actually know. Mr. Flaherty and Mr. Hoffman, I know, are friends with Chuck Sheldon, who was the guy who signed the CUP. Elaine Dorfling, who was our city clerk, was the one who authenticated it. This paper, ladies and gentlemen, is very valuable. And what we're talking about tonight is taking something of value based on anecdotal evidence. You cannot do that. In order to revoke or modify a CUP, you must have specific, credible evidence, and you don't have it. And you don't have to take my word for that. Let's go back and talk about some of the things that the chief said. To his credit, and we all know, again, I lived here for 20 years. I'm now across the orange line in Newport Beach, but and I don't know anybody in Hermosa Beach who hasn't been into Roberts Liquor for something, suntan lotion, a Gatorade after playing volleyball, who knows? But everybody's been there, right? It's kind of an institution. But we all know that Pier Plaza is what Pier Plaza is. It's, I think, much better than it used to be. I can remember the Wild West when I was sitting where you are and dealing with some crazy things. But the chief cannot get into the CUP based on, quote, something that he feels like he has to speak to in the culture of Pier Plaza. You cannot take property based on someone's opinion about the culture. He also said on a number of occasions, this isn't directly on the business. Well, this is on the business because if you do what he has asked you to do, you are going to take property, valuable property from the business. It couldn't be more about the business than it is. Pre-gaming contributes to the problem. I'm fairly certain, although I cannot provide a citation for the fact that Roberts Liquor was not the source or the inventor of pre-gaming. I think that's been going on for a long time, and you cannot possibly connect what goes on in the environs around Pier Plaza and say it all emanates from Roberts Liquor. You would need to have data for that, and you don't have it. Nobody's produced it. To staff's claim, oh, well, we don't do the triannual reports anymore, so you wouldn't have seen it because that's on-site. This is off-site. The question I wish one of you had asked them is, so then if there was a problem here, where would that have been reported? Surely it would be reported somewhere. We would have been here a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 20 years ago if it was the problem that they're telling you it is tonight. But it doesn't exist anywhere. There is no documentation. The chief said, this is public safety, public health, and then again he emphasized culture. We don't dispute that, but you can't take someone's property based on your opinion of culture. Someone asked, when you ask people if they bought alcohol at Roberts, do you ask them when you give, I think it was you, Commissioner Eisenhower, do they tell you where they bought it? And the chief, you said there was 10. And the chief said, well, no, we don't get into that level of granularity. You know, if this was a cross-examination, which I hope it never turns into, because I hope when we get to my last P, you'll see why we don't need to go there, that would not be admissible anywhere. Someone told me that. Who is it? Don't know. Did you write it down? Not really. Well, how do we know that? Well, they told me. That's not credible. That's not evidence. That's hearsay. That's innuendo. That's nothing. The chief said, and I quote, "We're not blaming any one business." Again, agreed, not blaming any one business, but there is only one business who is standing here before you tonight with their property on the line, and that's Roberts. So if you're not blaming any one business, by the chief's own admission, you cannot take that out on Roberts. Okay, well, I can see that Professor Hoffman is getting tired, so I'll clean up. The last P for you tonight that I have is purchase. Purchase. The gentlemen who want to purchase this business are here in the room tonight, and they're watching to see what you're going to do. But for this report, I think it's reasonable to say that this business would have been sold, and the operators with which the chief has problems would be gone. Clearly, the business owners, or the prospective business owners, are interested to see what you do tonight. And here's the catch. Remember I told you that I'm here as your friend, I'm here for you? If this commission decides, based on the complete lack of evidence, there is no substantial evidence, based on innuendo and policy and culture, that it's time to take valuable property from Roberts Liquor, we know what the price of that is. And that's a problem for you. So I'm here as your friend, as a former councilman, to tell you what you should do is thank the chief, thank staff for putting this together, and receive and file this. And if you want to come back and look at it 6 months from now, come back and look at it 6 months from now. But let the people who want to sell the business without a cloud hanging over them, because there are ready buyers and they're sitting in the back of the room. Those are my 5 Ps. I would be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, Commissioner Isant.
This is more granular, and I don't know whether I should address it to you or to the owner of the business.
You can address it to me, and if I can't help you, then I'll go to my backup.
Fair enough.
I'm actually not the owner, but I'm part of the team.
Part of the team, all right. So the question for the team, just so that I can get perhaps an idea of the magnitude. What percentage of Robert's business is done between midnight and 2 a.m. on average?
I would say on a weekend night or holidays, it is probably about 25%.
So, and I don't need dollar amounts, but just to make sure that we're still talking apples to apples, if you totaled up the receipts for a typical Saturday, 25% of them would come from between midnight and 2 a.m.
We haven't actually crunched those numbers, but that would be my estimate, yes.
Okay, second question, again, just granular. In terms of single sales of alcohol, the big cans and anything else that qualifies as single sales, do you have any kind of an estimate or guesstimate of that, what that represents? Again, on a percentage basis of your sales all day long and evening, from opening to closing?
I would say probably something like 20%.
Thank you.
Any other questions of applicant before we go to public comment? No?
The only, I'd like to add one thing to that, to your question, Commissioner Eisen. I believe, again, based on my own personal experience, sitting where you did, that that's not uncommon for most of the businesses on the plaza, that there is a significant amount of revenue that comes in the later part of the evenings, on weekends and holidays, 4th of July, what have you. I don't think that that's particular to this business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to make one request. If you allow the chief or the ABC officer to come back up, I would like the opportunity to rebut whatever they have to say.
Yes, we'll give you that opportunity at the end of the hearing. Okay, is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Reminder that you have up to 3 minutes, and we will accept public comment in the chambers first and then go to Zoom. So I see we do have someone who wishes to speak. Please approach the podium and state your name.
Good evening. My name's Samuel Prosser. I'm a part-time bouncer, at American Junkie, which is directly next door to Robert's Liquor. I've been a patron of Robert's Liquor for the last 4 years, I'd say. I moved here from Augusta, Georgia in 2021. And yeah, I'm here to speak on Robert's behalf. Excuse me, I'm just a little nervous. There's a few things that I'd like to just address directly with respect to some of the issues with midnight to 1 a.m. serving. In my time as a bouncer at American Junkie, I've seen people coming in from off the pier already intoxicated from stuff they brought from home. I've seen people coming in from the intersection already intoxicated or brown bagging, as they say, carrying liquor in nondescript brown bags. I can't attribute the vast majority of alcohol-related incidents to Robert's Liquor. I've certainly seen my fair share. In fact, I've been, assaulted more than once by people who we've served at American Junkie. I certainly can't attribute that to them. Excuse me. More than once, and on several occasions, I've made this clear to my staff and several members of the American Junkie security team that there are people that drive in. We do have security posted in the back lot to watch specifically for incidents that we report to police, to incidents that we report to the managers, to incidents that we maintain in the back of our mind. Hey, this person's pretty drunk. Hey, this person's going to be a problem. I see people that are driving in, they are bringing, liquor of their own. They're bringing buzzballs, as they are, which are heavily concentrated alcoholic beverages. They're drinking those, and then they're coming onto the pier to cause more problems, more issues. I mean, people on the pier, they tend to bring the problems with you. I've seen problems come from the pier. I've seen problems come to the pier. So far as I can tell, so long as there's 7 bars all along the pier, there's going to be problems, no matter who's staffing them. And personally, at about 1:30 in the morning, there's nothing that's going to be open anywhere for anything at all. More often than not, I will go into Robert's for food, for snacks, because all of our kitchens close at about 10 p.m. when we still have 3 to 4 hours of service, 3 to 4 hours of being on our feet, 3 to 4 hours of dealing with people who are already drunk. Sometimes getting a snack from Robert's Liquor is one of those things that just keeps us going throughout the night. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers that wish to speak on behalf of this item? Okay, seeing none, I will move to online comment. Do we have anyone online?
We do have one caller. Caller, you've now been unmuted. If you'd like to state your name and provide your testimony.
Thank you. My name's Kent Allen. I'm a former 12-year planning commissioner. I'm also a guy that got CUPs for a living for my company. All right. So I have a little knowledge in this area about the ins and outs of getting CUPs and following CUPs and things like that. I want to tell you that I'll tell you up front, I don't care for Robert's Liquors. I just don't like it. I've been in there many nights and I see what's going on in there. However, I will tell you this, I'm an ardent supporter of people's property rights. And they have a property right, and they should be granted every opportunity to live by their CUP, even though Kent Allen may not like it. It's their right. They earned it, they paid for it, and they got it. I feel really sorry for the owners of the property on this fraudulent ID thing. because the IDs, from what I understand, are so easy to fake and make new. I can understand. I can completely understand while they might have a problem, keeping track of all the phony IDs. One second here. What I wanted to tell you was, sorry about that. I fully support Chief Landon Phillips. I think we were so lucky to have him. Such an improvement over what we had. And so I'm going to support Chief Landon Phillips. But I'm also going to tell you, when I have a list, if I had a list of the top, let's say 10, top 5 people in Hermosa Beach that have served this community, I'm going to have to support former council member Kip Bobko as a true purveyor of logic and reason. And I think he made very compelling cases here. I want to talk to you a little bit about workarounds. Having got CUPs in my former job for beer and wine, the cities would say, hey, we don't want you to sell singles. Well, that's no problem. We'll just call up the vendor and have them package them too. So if you're going to, I don't like those single shot things. But if you're going to say you can't sell single, those little 1 ounce bottles of vodka or whatever they are, if it were me, I would just package them too. Then I would say, well, we're not selling singles, we're selling twos. So you got to be really careful about what you're doing. And the same holds true for singles and beers. You can package them in 2s and 3s, and then you might even have a worse problem for all you know. But I am going to say to you that I guess I'm done with my 3 minutes, I think.
Yes, thank you
Yeah,
for your
well,
public
listen
comment.
listen to me. Nobody can hear
Do you have
what's
any
going
other people online that have public comment?
I have no other callers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant wish to make any further statements in response to the public comment portion of the hearing before we close the hearing?
No.
No, okay. And before I close the public hearing, do my fellow commissioners have any further questions of staff or the applicant at this point?
I'm just wondering if we should afford the chief a chance to respond.
Sure, if the chief would like to respond to comments, and then we'll open it back up to applicant again.
Nothing further to add. We've stated what the issues are. It's something that has existed for years, and this is an opportunity for the city to make some inroads into improving the quality of life.
Thank you. All right, then I'm going to go and close the public comment portion of this hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. So I will look to my right, and I will start with Commissioner McNally. Do you have comments at this point on this item?
Oh, excuse me. Turn on the mic to cough in it. Sorry about that. This is an incredibly serious matter because it's not just a matter for our community, but it's a matter of an entire family's livelihoods. I respect and appreciate the efforts by Officer Conley and the Hermosa Beach Police Department. I understand the challenges that we have on the pier, especially in those Friday, Saturday, 11 to 2 areas. I think that's a combination of the entire business and the culture that's been built there. Lucky for us, we are not where we were 2, 5, 10 years ago. The restaurants that are going in and the bars are very, very different. We're not seeing buses of fraternities or sororities pulling up and getting out. We're being recognized on a national level by the level of the culinary what we have now with fantastic restaurants and restaurants like Tiki Kai that are coming in that are raising the level. I do believe we could do better. and I would like to see it continue to improve. I applaud Robert Slicker for recognizing that they had a violation and they paid the fine, did the due, moved forward with increased security and ID checking. I would like to see that continue to improve. We discussed leads or serve safe safety alcohol-related classes for the entire staff, and I'm looking forward for improvement. But I don't believe that 3 incidents over hundreds of thousands of appropriate and valuable transactions can relate to a change in a CUP. So I would not, I hope for improvement, but I couldn't support a CUP change at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman?
You know, as mentioned, we're conflating a bunch of different things that occurs to me as we're talking about this. The specifics of a particular sale to an underage person doesn't necessarily lead me to conclude that somehow changing the hours of this establishment addresses that problem. That's part of the problem. But it's, I've said this before, and for the sake of people other than Mr. Bobko and Mike, I guess, I've always looked at this, if you have someone that occasionally speeds, the solution is not to lower the speed limit. And yet that's sort of what we have approached in many cases. We've got a problem, and the way we're going to reduce or solve the problem, you know what would really solve the problem, of course, is if we just got rid of alcohol sales. But this is a legal, you know, commodity in our society. The problems of smoking, the problems of drinking, we all understand and know them, and yet collectively we've made the decision that we're going to deal with the consequences of that, try to minimize them as best we can. But we're also talking about, in this case, and the timing is the second thing. So the process in general, using the CUP as a punitive device, which is, that's all it is in this situation. That's problematic to me. The second part of this is the timing, that this has come to us, you know, the extension that was asked for at our last meeting. Had we granted one of those, I have a feeling this all would be kind of a moot point to the extent that the problems associated with the existing owner, if that's what we're suggesting is the problem, would be gone by virtue of the fact that there's a new owner. But I'm also sensitive to the fact that that new owner, I'm assuming, is making a offer for a business that has certain vested property rights that they've had for 35 years, and now on the eve of that sale, we're looking at the timing is problematic to me. Again, the economic consequences to an individual are never our consideration. It's to the community as a whole. But the timing here, I don't know how we can, as a body, ignore that. And so I'm looking to my fellow commissioners basically to persuade me that somehow the things that are being suggested here, reducing the hours, the ban on single serve has been brought up. I don't know, we have to talk about miniatures and all the other things that would then be entailed with that. The electric ID thing and the lead training thing, I think we've made mandatory on all of our new CUPs, and I don't know what our policy and how we could enforce that is just, that's a given kind of a thing. I'm still uncertain how, except in the very broadest sense that were we to restrict the sale of alcohol everywhere from 12 to 2, that the community would be better served. I'm prepared to accept that argument or to entertain that argument, but I'm not sure that I'm necessarily prepared to indicate that a particular business should be the one that either takes the lead or the responsibility in making that change. So I'm looking, frankly, to my fellow commissioners to persuade me that some of the things that have been suggested ought to be taken. And remembering, I'm also, as I hate to agree with former Commissioner Allen, every time the chief comes in front of me, I'm so proud of him and of his career, and having watched it, it's hard for me to take an opposite position from him. And yet, I'm not sure that in this case, what's being suggested or what's being recommended to us is proportionate to what has been presented to us as the sort of basis for which we would take this action. So I'm undecided. I'm looking to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner, or Vice Chair Izant.
Thank you, Chair Hirsch. I think we're premature. Trying to separate the issues, we've got, one is the current owners and management and how they manage the business. The other is a very real problem of drinking off premise. And I'll acknowledge that I suspect that a lot of the folks that are cited in parking lot A have bought something at Roberts. Now, whether banning single sales would substantially reduce that problem, or whether there's, then Roberts or a future owner combines them, alcohol together, so now there's two, and so there's the workaround or whatever else. But I'm not sure that the two formal incidents and the one that occurred but has not been formalized by ABC rises to the occasion of really impacting 25% of their sales and another 20%, which is within that 25 all day long, of single sales. What I would be supportive of, and I'm not sure that it happened, the Carrie Ties letter of September 24th, 2024, indicated that there was a sit-down with Roberts, and it was Chief LeBaron and Carrie Tie, and they expressed their concerns at that time about what was happening. It sounded like there was going to be some additional meetings. Whether those ever occurred or not, according to the representative, they didn't. And I'm also, I would echo Commissioner Hoffman's. I am so proud and happy for the chief that we have. And so, in a way, I feel uncomfortable that I'm not agreeing with his recommendation. What I would hope is that the chief and the director of, our director, would have that sit down, and there would be a negotiation and agreement on what the current management is going to do to strengthen their practices. But I'm uncomfortable I'm right now with what has been proposed by staff.
Commissioner Flaherty.
I'm not uncomfortable with the staff proposal, but I'd like to use the word that you did. I think we're premature. I think the ABC has the ability to do as much maintenance on that business as anyone, meaning the fines or I think they can actually close the business down for X amount of days as it goes along. So that's a pretty good sized punishment without addressing some of the CUP. But my real pride is in the fact that we heard two great arguments from both sides, well presented, and I think that's where the issue is. I think that's where the chief and the owners of the business sit down and really negotiate hard on a real problem. And even though it encompasses times, a property right, I think there's wiggle room on the sale of the miniatures. I mean, we did not have miniatures when I was using Roberts in the 1970s. But we do today. And we didn't have mixed coolers, and we didn't have a barrel with chilled booze ready to be pulled out. So I really think Attorney Bobko certainly deserves to receive his requested material, that he deserves to read that document. It's his request. He wants to read it, whatever advantage or whatever information he can glean from it. I welcome it. Historically, somewhere along the line, maybe that's the time frame it takes for the chief and the police department to sit down and negotiate again. And then I say I hate to use the word continuance again, but if the representative needs time and has said so on numerous different occasions, both in writing and tonight, to read the documents for his positioning, use that time to not only read the documents, but call up the chief and see what's happening. And I don't want to exclude the department, but I think the energy, the synergy comes from the police department and how we're here to adjust a document, not necessarily enforce the rules. I'm impressed with the ABC. This is the second time in 50 years that they've showed up at this room. And sometimes we don't know what they look like. So they've impressed me that they have methods that they can deal with the business appropriately, even if one isn't completely adjudicated and so on and so forth. I think that's the time we need. So my recommendation would be let the major players decide this event. It may not be 100% win for the police department in the way I would normally vote with their recommendation, but it certainly is not going to be. I think there has to be more responsibility on the business part too. Training is one part of it. It looks like on at least several occasions over the last couple of years, the ability for the employee to make a better decision, regardless of how difficult it is, wasn't there. The business even admitted to that by paying a fine. As far as I'm concerned, once you pay a fine, you've accepted responsibility for whatever happened. If it takes another 8 or 9 months to adjudicate the next one that was given, so be it. I hope it doesn't take that long for Attorney Bobko to read all the documents, but if it is, so be it. So I say we continue until they can do it. How that affects the sale, I don't know. And as Pete said, it's not our responsibility there. Or are we responsible for a loss of a business sale or whatever? So my recommendation is to continue until both parties have met. And if they can't come to a decision, let the staff report reflect that, and we'll make another decision. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I think, what do I think? I think that there seems to be consistency around concerns from the Planning Commission in terms of the information that we currently have, the information that the, I guess not applicant, but the business owner has before we make a determination like this. I share those concerns. When we talked about this, I think it was just last week, or I don't even remember because we've had so many meetings, but this was brought to our attention, and we asked during that meeting, should we give them the time? And I think that staff's perspective, which I think is valuable, is let's continue, let's have the hearing so that all the facts can be put on the table. So everybody knows everybody's perspective in terms of, and concerns in terms of the status of this current CUP and the current business operations. So I think that today is a success in terms of everybody understanding positions and issues. Without trying not to reiterate what other people said and add new information, I think that we do continue to have a problem on the pier. It's it's getting better with time and with different businesses that are coming in and different patrons. But I think the police department clearly and ABC clearly identified issues that we still have on the pier that's taking time and resources from our police department and is affecting our community. So I don't want that to go unrecognized. And when I look at the staff recommendations, we have their recommendation is to modify the CUP with 3 different conditions. 1 is hours, 2 is single serve, and 3 is electronic ID. The business owner has already started using electronic ID verification, so they've already satisfied that condition. And I wonder, if we do continue this item tonight and the conversation continues between staff and police department and the business owner, how much of an issue limiting single-serving containers would be on the business. I definitely understand how hours would be an impact to the business from a revenue perspective. But, what we did hear from the business tonight was their history in the community, their involvement in the community beyond the business, and their pride in the community. So if we all recognize that the pier can be better, how do we as community members try to achieve that and take on some of that responsibility, whether it's through modifying the CUP or just modifying business practices without regulation? The police department has said they're having issues. So I think, whether we're talking about CUP or property, what can we do as residents and business owners in the community to try and address that? I think that's a conversation that should be had. So that's a long-winded way of saying I think there sounds like there's alignment on our side where this is a little premature for action. And I would be in support of continuing this until the Public Records Freedom of Information Act has been satisfied, as further conversations happen. I also, the applicant pointed out that the police department does have opportunities within the CUP as it exists today to try and mitigate the issues that they're seeing through requiring security guards or personnel to be added to the business's operations to try and mitigate this. That there's nothing that we need, if we don't take any action tonight, I don't see there's any reason why that couldn't be discussed too. So I guess that's my perspective. I think more time would be beneficial. I'd be open to it if that's where my fellow commissioners are leaning. And it seems like, Vice Chair Eisant, you're ready to say something, so I will pass it back to you.
So I think in general there's an alignment that this may be premature. On the other hand, I also don't want the applicant, not that they would, think, well, boy, we dodged a bullet tonight. So I am in the favor of, and I'll look to staff for proper guidance in terms of legality. I don't think the request of the representative to receive and file is appropriate either, because that means we're washing our hands of this particular situation, which is still a serious one. So consequently, is something such as a 60-day continuance to a date specific, appropriate. At that time then, hopefully the worker's request has been fulfilled, but then as part of that, if I make this a motion, I'd also want to report back from staff on the meetings that they have held with Robert Slicker and what Robert Slicker has done to improve their training, to improve their way that they identify, because there's an obligation there. We've heard that, something needed. So, I want something back if we're going to defer. Council?
Sure. So that's absolutely a recommendation you can make. Sorry to cut you off, Commissioner. Would you like to?
You called me counselor.
So a continuance to 60 days would be consistent with what the business owner has requested previously. Considering December is light, I would defer, of course, to the director, but I believe we can make that happen on staff's schedule. And you absolutely can direct staff to prepare a supplemental report on any kind of conversations, mitigation measures, and steps that staff, the police department, and the business owner have taken between now and our subsequent hearing. And you can also recommend to the business owner to take certain steps or advise that you would like to see certain things without making that a formal amendment to the CUP. That can just be, a friendly advice on what you would like to see back in December. So that's absolutely something that we could do.
So, Chair Hirsch, I move that this hearing be continued until date specific, our meeting in December. And as part of that motion, we recommend to staff that between staff and the police department, there be some conversation at an appropriate level and time. And I want to, as part of the motion, I want a report to come back to the commission on what the business has done to improve their management, their identification, things of that nature, and what things that they have implemented that staff has recommended that they implement. So that's my motion.
One comment I'm thinking about everything that we've heard tonight and addressed. I think what the issue is for me in many respects is the lack of empirical evidence that makes the connection between the operation of this establishment and the problems that we all recognize that the chief has outlined. It occurs to me, and I don't know what the timing might be if this ever would happen, but I believe we were told by the ABC agent that if the second or third violation, whatever it was, might involve as much as a 21-day closure. I think that's what I heard. My suggestion, or just thinking out loud, if that in fact occurs, I hope that everyone relevant here is taking detailed notes on how many incidents we have during those 21 days of drinking in open containers, of all of the violations that we're suggesting somehow are attributable to the operation of this establishment. If it's closed, then there ought to be a perceptible, measurable, observable decrease in those violations. I don't want to speculate about that, but if somebody comes back to me and says, gee, they were closed from December 1st to Christmas, and during that time, the number of drunken public in town went down by 20%, now I've got tangible evidence that suggests, that makes the connection between this establishment and what it's being associated with. If that doesn't occur, or there is no, obviously that's a moot point, but I'm just, like I say, thinking out loud about the kind of evidence that I would need, empirical evidence, to make the connection between how reducing their hours somehow leads to a improvement in public safety, other than kind of the commonsensical assumption that it would.
Just to be clear, I believe that if a violation did occur and was confirmed, there's either a monetary sum of what I believe is $6,000, and/or in lieu, you can close for a period of time. So it's one or the other, if I believe correctly.
Again, I'm just saying, if it does in fact close, I hope somebody's taken notes on the impact of that closure.
Can I get a second, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, there was no second?
I'll second. Can we get a vote? It's been moved and seconded. Can we get a vote?
Unless there's more discussion.
Is there anything else that anybody wants to discuss while the motion's open? Okay, seeing none, can we have? Yep. I assume you're just modifying the
Right.
approval.
This will be a draft, and we will refine it at post-agenda.
And who seconded?
I seconded.
Thank you. Okay, voting is now open.
Mm-hmm.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 8, staff items, and the Community Development Director report.
Thank you so much. Just a very brief announcement that we will be rescheduling our study session on the housing element for the next Planning Commission meeting. That'll be at 5 o'clock. Thank you all so much for supporting the rescheduling effort. This also coincidentally provides us with a bit of time. I'm sure you've heard that our neighbor, Redondo Beach, recently had a court decision which potentially has consequences for cities across California. So we'll be spending a couple of weeks with our legal counsel, and we'll hope to have something to discuss at the upcoming study sessions. So that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any, item number 9, do we have any Planning Commission comments? Okay. So, seeing none, we'll move to item number 10, future agenda items. And this is, I believe, just to receive and file the tentative future agenda. Do I have a motion?
Move staff rec.
Second.
Can we have a vote?
Voting is open. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item number 11, adjournment. All those in favor of adjourning the meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting is adjourned at 9:58. Thank you.